where we journey through time to help you drift into peaceful slumber. Tonight, we'll explore 10 captivating historical narratives designed to relax your mind. Like this video and subscribe to continue our historical journeys together. Tell us in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Now, make yourself comfortable as we begin our first tale from the ancient world, the Lost Library of Alexandria. The golden age of knowledge, center of learning, would become the most significant collection of knowledge in the ancient world. The story begins with Alexander the Great, whose conquests reshaped the ancient world. After founding Alexandria in 331 BCE, his vision for a city that would bridge Eastern and Western cultures was carried forward by his general and successor, Ptolemy Soter. As the new city rose from the shores of the Mediterranean, Ptolemy conceived of an institution that would gather all the world's knowledge under one roof. This ambitious dream would become the Library of Alexandria, attached to the Mouseion, a temple dedicated to the Muses, the goddesses of arts and sciences. The establishment of the library came during a time when Alexandria was developing into the intellectual and commercial capital of the ancient Mediterranean world. The city's strategic location at the crossroads of Africa, Asia, and Europe made it an ideal center for the exchange of ideas. Ships from distant lands arrived daily at Alexandria's bustling harbor, bringing not only goods but also scrolls, manuscripts, and learned travelers. The city breathed with the rhythm of commerce and intellectual exchange. Ptolemy, when Soter's vision was grand, but it was his son, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, who truly transformed the library into an unparalleled center of learning. Under his patronage, the institution expanded dramatically. Agents were sent throughout the known world to acquire texts by any means necessary. Ships docking in Alexandria were searched for books and scrolls, which were confiscated, copied, and returned to their owners. The original manuscripts were kept for the library's collection, while the copies were given back to the bewildered but compensated owners. The physical structure of the library was as impressive as its collection. The main building stood within the royal district of Alexandria, connected to colonnaded walkways and gardens designed for contemplation and discussion. Scholars could wander through sheltered paths lined with trees and fountains, engaging in philosophical debates while seeking respite from the Mediterranean heat. The architecture reflected Greek influence with Egyptian elements, creating a unique aesthetic that symbolized the cultural fusion Alexandria represented. Inside the main hall, countless shelves housed tens of thousands of scrolls, each carefully cataloged and organized. The papyrus scrolls were stored in pigeonholes with identifying tags hanging from their ends. These cylindrical containers, called bibliothèque, gave us our modern word library. The scrolls themselves were made primarily of papyrus, a material derived from a plant that grew abundantly in the Nile Delta. The most precious texts were sometimes written on parchment, made from treated animal skins, which was more durable but far more expensive. The organizational system of the library was revolutionary for its time. Callimachus of Cyrene, a poet and scholar who worked at the library, created the Pinakes, considered the world's first library catalog. This monumental work, spanning 120 volumes, classified works by subject and author, creating a systematic approach to organizing knowledge that would influence library science for millennia. The Pinakes allowed scholars to navigate through the vast collection efficiently, finding specific works among the estimated 500,000 scrolls the library ultimately housed. Daily life at the library revolved around scholarly pursuits. Each morning, as sunlight filtered through the high windows, scholars would gather in the reading rooms, unrolling scrolls and absorbing ancient wisdom. Copyists worked diligently in dedicated spaces, carefully reproducing texts to preserve and expand the collection. The scratch of reed pens on papyrus created a gentle background murmur, occasionally interrupted by quiet discussions or the sound of footsteps on marble floors as scholars moved between sections seeking specific works. The library was staffed by a dedicated corps of librarians and scholars, led by a figure known as the chief librarian. This prestigious position was appointed by the Ptolemaic rulers themselves, indicating the importance placed on the institution. These directors were not mere administrators, but leading intellectuals who shaped the library's direction and focus. They supervised acquisitions, maintained the collections, and fostered an environment conducive to scholarly pursuits. They were, in many ways, the custodians of human knowledge. Among the most famous chief librarians was Eratosthenes of Cyrene, who calculated the circumference of the earth with remarkable accuracy using simple geometric principles and measurements of shadows. His work exemplified the empirical approach to knowledge that flourished in Alexandria. Other notable scholars included Aristarchus of Samos, who proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system nearly 1,800 years before Copernicus, and Apollonius of Perga, whose work on conic sections would later influence Kepler's laws of planetary motion. The scholarly community at Alexandria was remarkably diverse for the ancient world. Greek was the primary language of scholarship, but the library hosted intellectuals from across the Mediterranean and beyond. Egyptian priests contributed their astronomical knowledge, Jewish scholars worked on translations, and visitors from as far as India brought Eastern perspectives. Women, though generally excluded from education elsewhere in the ancient world, could occasionally be found among the scholarly ranks, particularly in medicine and mathematics. The pursuit of knowledge at Alexandria was not limited to theoretical contemplation. The adjacent Mouseion housed laboratories where practical experiments were conducted. Ctesibius developed pneumatic devices and water clocks of remarkable sophistication. Herophilus and Erasistratus performed human dissections, advancing anatomical understanding beyond anything previously known. Their discoveries of the nervous system and the distinction between veins and arteries represented medical breakthroughs that would not be surpassed for centuries. Astronomy flourished particularly well in Alexandria. The clear Egyptian skies and the intellectual freedom of the library allowed scholars to observe celestial movements with unprecedented accuracy. Hipparchus, though not permanently based in Alexandria, interacted with its astronomical community and created the first comprehensive star catalog. His work on precession, the slow shift in Earth's axis of rotation, demonstrated the precision of Alexandrian astronomical observations and calculations. Mathematics reached new heights under the library's influence. Euclid composed his Elements there, a systematic approach to geometry that would remain the standard textbook for over 2,000 years. Apollonius developed his theories of conic sections, while Diophantus laid foundational work in algebra. The air of Alexandria seemed to inspire numerical innovation, as scholars built upon each other's work in an environment that valued logical proof and mathematical elegance. Literature and language studies found a natural home in Alexandria. The library's scholars developed sophisticated approaches to textual criticism, establishing authoritative versions of Homer and other classical texts. Philology, the study of language and written historical sources, emerged as a distinct discipline. Poets like Callimachus and Apollonius of Rhodes created new literary forms influenced by their immersion in the collected wisdom of past generations, their verses sometimes echoing through the library's reading rooms as they refined their compositions. The most ambitious project undertaken at the library was likely the Septuagint, a Greek translation of Hebrew scriptures. According to tradition, 72 scholars completed the translation in 72 days, working in separate cells, yet producing identical translations, a miraculous demonstration of divine guidance. The historical reality was undoubtedly more complex, involving years of careful translation work, but the result was nonetheless remarkable. A text that made Jewish religious thought accessible to the Greek-speaking world. The library's approach to knowledge was remarkably holistic. Geography, literature, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, engineering, and philosophy were all pursued with equal vigor. This interdisciplinary environment fostered innovations that might never have occurred in more specialized settings. When engineers consulted with mathematicians, when astronomers spoke with geographers, new insights emerged from the cross-pollination of ideas. The library represented perhaps the first true research institution in human history. The hunger for knowledge that characterized the library led to some questionable acquisition practices. Beyond copying texts from visiting ships, Ptolemaic agents sometimes resorted to subterfuge to obtain rare works. When Athens possessed the authoritative versions of the tragedies of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, Ptolemy III borrowed them by paying an enormous deposit, then chose to forfeit the money and keep the originals, sending back only copies. Such was the value placed on authentic texts in Alexandria's intellectual economy. The library's collection policy was remarkably inclusive for its time. Works were acquired regardless of their philosophical or religious perspective. Greek philosophy sat alongside Egyptian religious texts, Hebrew scriptures next to Zoroastrian wisdom literature. This intellectual openness created an environment where different traditions could be compared and synthesized. Scholars engaged with diverse perspectives, sometimes creating new philosophical approaches that merged Eastern and Western concepts. As the centuries passed, Alexandria's reputation drew ambitious intellectuals from across the ancient world. Young scholars would journey for months, crossing seas and deserts to join this community of learning. Upon arrival, they would find not only unparalleled resources, but also a living tradition of mentorship. Senior scholars took promising students under their guidance, continuing an intellectual lineage that stretched back to Aristotle himself, whose influence pervaded the library's approach to systematic knowledge. Flames of destruction. The great library of Alexandria stood as a beacon of knowledge for centuries. Its magnificent halls filled with scrolls from across the known world. Yet today, nothing remains but stories and speculation. The destruction of this ancient wonder represents one of history's most profound intellectual tragedies, a loss that echoes through the centuries. As evening shadows lengthen across the modern city of Alexandria, we can almost hear the whispers of those ancient scholars as we explore the theories of how humanity lost this irreplaceable treasure of knowledge. The flames that consumed the library didn't arrive on a single day, but rather licked at its foundations over centuries, each disaster diminishing the collection until, finally, nothing remained. The destruction came in waves, beginning perhaps with Julius Caesar, continuing through religious conflicts, and concluding with the Muslim conquest. Each event forms a chapter in a slow-burning tragedy that unfolded across nearly 7 centuries. Let us walk through the corridors of time to understand how such a magnificent institution could vanish so completely that modern archaeologists still debate its precise location. The first significant damage to the library likely occurred during Julius Caesar's Alexandrian campaign in 48-47 BCE. Caesar found himself trapped in the royal quarter of Alexandria during his pursuit of his rival Pompey. Surrounded by hostile forces loyal to the young pharaoh Ptolemy III, Caesar ordered ships in the harbor set ablaze. The fire spread from the waterfront into the city, and according to several ancient accounts, reached the storage facilities of the great library. The Roman writer Plutarch later described the catastrophe. When the enemy endeavored to cut off his communication by sea, he was forced to divert that danger by setting fire to his own ships, which, after burning the docks, thence spread on and destroyed the great library. Seneca claimed that 40,000 books burned in this conflagration. However, modern historians remain divided on whether this fire damaged the main library complex or perhaps destroyed a warehouse of scrolls awaiting transport to the library proper. What seems increasingly clear is that the library continued to function as a center of learning long after Caesar's fire. For centuries afterward, scholars still traveled to Alexandria to study and research, indicating that while the fire may have damaged part of the collection, the institution itself survived. The library's attached research center, the Mouseion, certainly continued to operate well into the Roman period, with evidence of scholarly activity there extending into the 3rd century CE. The next significant threat to the library came during the Roman Emperor Aurelian's campaign to recapture Alexandria from Queen Zenobia of Palmyra in 272 CE. Fighting within the city was intense, and the royal quarter, where the main library structure stood, suffered extensive damage. While no surviving account specifically mentions the library's fate during this conflict, archaeological evidence from the area shows widespread destruction from this period. Some buildings were abandoned entirely, and others were reduced to rubble during the fierce house-to-house fighting. Perhaps the most commonly cited destruction comes from the religious conflicts that engulfed Alexandria in the late 4th century CE. As Christianity gained dominance throughout the Roman Empire, tensions with Alexandria's traditional pagan intellectual elite intensified. In 391 CE, Emperor Theodosius I issued decrees prohibiting pagan worship and sanctioning the destruction of pagan temples. Theophilus, the bishop of Alexandria, led mobs and attacks on pagan institutions. The magnificent Serapeum, a temple complex that housed an important daughter library, fell victim to these religious zealots. The Christian historian Sozomen recorded that the temple's priceless statues were melted down, while its magnificent library annex was emptied. The 5th century pagan historian Eunapius lamented that the men in black robes, as he called the Christian monks, destroyed everything they could reach. Whether scrolls were burned or simply scattered remains unclear, but this daughter library's contents were effectively lost to humanity during this period of religious transformation. The main library, however, may have already been in decline by this point. Roman support for the Mouseion had diminished gradually over the centuries as intellectual centers shifted to Rome and later Constantinople. Funding cuts would have affected the library's ability to acquire new works and maintain its collection. The gradual decline in resources, political support, and scholarly activity may have done as much damage as any single catastrophic event. The final blow to what remained of Alexandria's great intellectual tradition likely came with the Arab conquest of Egypt in 640-642 CE. According to a controversial account written by Ibn al-Kifti in the 13th century, the Arab general Amr ibn al-As consulted the Caliph Umar about the fate of Alexandria's books. The Caliph supposedly replied, "If what is written in them agrees with the book of God, they are not required. If it disagrees, they are not desired. Destroy them, therefore." The books were then distributed to the city's bathhouses, where they served as fuel for heating water for 6 months. However, this dramatic story has been questioned by modern historians for several reasons. It appears in no earlier Arabic sources, despite Arab historians' usual thoroughness in documenting the conquest. Moreover, it emerges 600 years after the events it describes. Many scholars now consider it a mythological explanation for the library's disappearance rather than historical fact. By the time of the Arab conquest, the Great Library, in its original form, had likely ceased to exist entirely. The conflicting accounts and lack of archaeological evidence make it impossible to pinpoint exactly when and how the Library of Alexandria met its final end. Rather than a single cataclysmic event, the evidence suggests a gradual decline punctuated by several damaging incidents. Political shifts, religious conflicts, military actions, and changing intellectual priorities all contributed to the library's eventual disappearance. Like the legendary phoenix so admired by the Egyptians, however, the idea of the library continued to rise from the ashes of its physical destruction. What was lost when the library vanished? The exact contents will never be known, but ancient sources suggest the collection once contained between 400,000 and 700,000 scrolls. These included original works by Aristotle and other philosophers, mathematical treatises, astronomical observations, medical texts, historical records, and literary works from across the Mediterranean world. Some scholars estimate that fewer than 1% of ancient Greek works have survived to the modern day. Among the treasures likely lost were detailed accounts of vanished civilizations, alternative philosophical traditions that might have changed Western thought, scientific discoveries that would not be rediscovered for centuries, and literary masterpieces known to us only by title or brief quotation. The loss extends beyond specific works to include an entire intellectual ecosystem, a community of scholars debating, expanding, and preserving knowledge across generations. The disappearance of this institution represents not just missing texts, but an interruption in humanity's intellectual continuity. Alexandria's library lives on, however, in the imagination and aspiration of humanity. The very concept of gathering all human knowledge in one place has inspired countless similar projects throughout history, from the medieval libraries of Baghdad and Cordoba to the modern digital archives of the Internet age. Alexandria's legacy continues to shape how we preserve and share information. In 2002, the Bibliotheca Alexandrina opened its doors, a modern library built near the site of the ancient one, designed to recapture the spirit of universal learning that defined its predecessor. The destruction of the library offers sobering lessons about the fragility of knowledge. In an age of digital information that seems impossible to truly destroy, Alexandria reminds us that civilizational knowledge can indeed be lost. The library's fate underscores the importance of preserving information through multiple redundant systems and across geographic distances. Cultural heritage, once lost, may never be fully recovered, a lesson that continues to resonate as modern libraries and museums face threats from conflict, climate change, and neglect. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of the library's destruction has been in literature and popular imagination. The image of burning scrolls has become a powerful symbol for the destruction of knowledge and the suppression of ideas. From Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451 to Umberto Eco's The Name of the Rose, the specter of Alexandria's burning library echoes through stories that warn of the consequences when knowledge is destroyed or controlled. The very phrase, burning the library of Alexandria, has become shorthand for an irretrievable loss of cultural heritage. As you drift toward sleep, imagine walking through the columned halls of the great library in its prime. Scholars from across the Mediterranean world bend over their scrolls in the reading rooms, while scribes carefully copy texts to preserve them for future generations. The library's director discusses new acquisitions with his staff, debating which commentaries should accompany the original texts. In the adjacent chambers, astronomers compile their observations of the night sky. Physicians compare notes on treating illnesses, and mathematicians test new theorems on wax tablets. All this activity, this ceaseless human striving to understand and document the world, would eventually fade into silence. The voices of these scholars now reach us only as the faintest echo, preserved in fragments quoted by later writers who themselves are now ancient. The destruction came not in a single dramatic moment, but through a series of events spanning centuries, an almost geological process of intellectual erosion that gradually wore away one of humanity's greatest achievements. As your mind grows heavy with sleep, consider that while the library itself may be lost, the quest for knowledge that it represented continues unabated. In universities and research institutions around the world, in digital archives and cloud servers, in the collaborative projects of scientists and scholars across continents, the spirit of Alexandria lives on. The dream of preserving and expanding human understanding flows through time like an underground river, sometimes disappearing from view, but always continuing its journey forward. Sleep now with the comforting thought that while knowledge may be fragile, humanity's drive to learn and preserve what we learn is virtually indestructible. The mysterious disappearance of the Ninth Legion, Rome's northern warriors. In the expansive history of Rome's military conquests, few stories capture the imagination quite like that of the Ninth Legion. Known formally as Legio IX Hispana, this formidable fighting force carved its legacy across the expanding Roman Empire before vanishing into the mists of history. Their disappearance remains one of antiquity's most enduring mysteries, a tale of valor and uncertainty that stretches across centuries. As the shadows of evening gather around us, let us turn our attention to these ancient warriors who marched across the known world, their Caliga boots creating rhythmic patterns in the dust of history. The story begins in the late Republican period of Rome, when the ambitions of great men were reshaping the Mediterranean world. The Ninth Legion was established during this time of transformation, likely formed by Pompey in 65 BCE, though some historical records suggest it may have existed even earlier under Julius Caesar's command. The legion received its cognomen Hispana, following distinguished service in the Iberian Peninsula, where the soldiers faced fierce resistance from local tribes amid the rugged terrain of ancient Spain. The early years of the Ninth were marked by the tumultuous civil wars that tore through the Roman Republic. When Caesar crossed the Rubicon in 49 BCE, the Ninth stood with him, marching into Italy in defiance of the Senate. These soldiers, mostly drawn from rural Italian communities, found themselves participants in history's great turning points. They fought at the decisive Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE, where Caesar defeated Pompey and effectively ended the Republican era. The men of the Ninth, with their oval shields and gleaming pilum spears, helped usher in the age of emperors that would define Rome for centuries to come. Following Caesar's assassination, the Ninth continued to play crucial roles in the subsequent power struggles. They served under Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus, fighting in his campaigns against Mark Antony. When the dust of civil war finally settled and Augustus established the Pax Romana, the Ninth became a permanent fixture in Rome's standing army. This transformation from a temporary fighting force to a permanent military unit reflected broader changes in Roman society and governance. The legionnaires now swore their oath to the emperor himself, rather than to their immediate commanders. The legion structure provides us with insight into the remarkable military organization that allowed Rome to dominate such vast territories. 5,000 men served in the Ninth at full strength, divided into 10 cohorts of approximately 480 men each. The first cohort, double-sized and containing the most experienced soldiers, carried the legion's eagle standard, a silver eagle with outstretched wings that represented not just military honor, but the divine favor of Jupiter himself. This aquila was the physical embodiment of the legion's spirit, and its loss would bring unimaginable shame upon the men who had sworn to protect it. Each legionnaire carried approximately 60 pounds of equipment during march. Their segmented plate armor, the lorica segmentata, protected their torsos while allowing remarkable mobility. On their heads sat bronze or iron helmets with protective cheek pieces and a distinctive neck guard. Their shields, curved to wrap around the body, were layered with wood and canvas, then covered with leather. Each man carried 2 pila, heavy javelins designed to bend upon impact, rendering them unusable by enemies, and the iconic gladius, a short sword perfectly designed for stabbing in close formation combat. Daily life for these men followed rigid patterns established through centuries of military tradition. The day began before dawn with the buccina horn signaling reveille. After a breakfast of porridge or bread, the legionnaires engaged in weapons training, practicing formations, and rehearsing battle maneuvers. Engineering work consumed much of their time, building roads, bridges, and fortifications wherever they went. The Roman military success relied as much on its infrastructure as its fighting prowess. By midday, the main meal was consumed, followed by administrative duties and more training before the evening meal and rest. When not campaigning, the men of the Ninth lived in permanent fortresses or temporary marching camps. These rectangular encampments followed standardized designs surrounded by ditches and ramparts. Inside, streets formed a grid pattern with the commander's headquarters at the center. Barracks buildings housed 8 men to a room, these contubernium units forming the smallest organizational unit of the legion. This predictable environment created stability amid the chaos of frontier life, a touch of Rome's ordered civilization brought to the empire's furthest reaches. The legion moved to Pannonia, modern Hungary, following Augustus' death, where they assisted in suppressing local revolts. This posting demonstrated Rome's strategy of using experienced legions to pacify troublesome borders. Later, the Ninth participated in the Roman invasion of Britain in 43 CE under Emperor Claudius. This campaign would prove fateful for the legion, as Britain would become their home for the next several decades, and potentially their final resting place. The island's misty valleys and rugged highlands presented challenges unlike any they had faced in the sun-baked Mediterranean territories. Britain in the 1st century CE was a patchwork of tribal territories, some quickly submitting to Roman authority, while others fiercely resisted. The Ninth established their fortress at Lindum, modern Lincoln, constructing stone barracks, administrative buildings, and defensive walls. From this base, they conducted operations against tribes in the north, slowly extending Roman control. The soldiers adapted to Britain's damp climate, adding woolen cloaks to their standard-issue equipment and constructing Hippocaust heating systems in their barracks to ward off the unfamiliar chill. The greatest challenge to Roman rule in Britain came in 60 to 61 CE, when Boudica, queen of the Iceni tribe, led a massive rebellion after Roman authorities flogged her and assaulted her daughters. The Ninth, under the command of Quintus Batilius Cerialis, marched to suppress the uprising but suffered a devastating defeat. Historical accounts suggest that up to 80% of the legion's infantry perished in this single engagement. The legion's Eagle Standard may have been captured, although this remains uncertain. This defeat represented one of the most significant Roman military disasters in Britain. Following this catastrophe, the Ninth was reinforced with new recruits from the continent. The reconstituted legion participated in the campaigns of Governor Gnaeus Julius Agricola, pushing northward into Caledonia, modern Scotland, between 78 and 84 CE. These campaigns brought the Romans into contact with the Picts, tribal peoples whose hit-and-run tactics proved challenging for conventional Roman military approaches. The highland terrain, with its dense forests, marshes, and steep valleys, provided perfect conditions for ambushes and made maintaining supply lines extremely difficult. Archaeological evidence from this period reveals fascinating details about the Ninth's activities. At their fortress at Iberacum, modern York, excavations have uncovered elaborate bath complexes, temples dedicated to Roman gods alongside local deities, and evidence of sophisticated manufacturing operations. The legion gradually transformed northern Britain, bringing Roman culture, technology, and governance. Inscriptions show that soldiers from Spain, Gaul, and the Rhineland served alongside Italians, reflecting the increasingly diverse nature of the Roman military during this period. The Ninth participated in the construction of Hadrian's Wall beginning around 122 CE, an immense stone barrier spanning 73 miles across northern Britain. This engineering marvel, standing 15 feet high and incorporating forts at regular intervals, represented both Rome's power and the limits of its ambition. For the legionnaires, wall duty meant months of backbreaking labor, quarrying stone, mixing mortar, and precisely placing each block. Once completed, the wall would require constant manning, with soldiers rotating through assignments at its many turrets and mile castles. Life on Britain's northern frontier was marked by isolation and unique challenges. The legionnaires found themselves in a strange land, far from the Mediterranean climate and culture they knew. They brought with them olive oil, wine, and various luxuries to maintain their Roman lifestyle, evidenced by archaeological findings across northern England. Interactions with local populations created complex relationships. Traders and craftspeople flocked to service the legion's needs, while resistance simmered among those who resented Roman occupation. Soldiers sometimes took local wives, creating families and communities around their fortresses. Religious practices evolved in this frontier setting, while maintaining traditional worship of Jupiter, Mars, and other Roman deities. Soldiers incorporated local gods into their pantheon. Altars dedicated to local water nymphs and forest spirits have been found alongside standard Roman religious items. The Eastern mystery religions popular among soldiers, particularly Mithraism, with its emphasis on martial brotherhood, found fertile ground in these isolated outposts. These spiritual adaptations helped the men cope with the stresses of frontier life and the ever-present threat of conflict with indigenous tribes. Communication with Rome required an extensive network of messengers and supply chains. Orders from the emperor might take months to reach the distant legion, and letters home even longer to find their recipients. This isolation created a distinct frontier culture, with the Ninth developing its own traditions and adaptations. While proudly Roman, these men became something slightly different, frontier soldiers whose loyalty to Rome remained steadfast even as their daily lives diverged significantly from their Mediterranean counterparts. The distinctive British-Roman identity that emerged would be a hallmark of Roman Britain for centuries. By the early 2nd century CE, historical records of the Ninth become increasingly fragmentary. The last confirmed inscription mentioning the legion dates to around 108 CE from York. After this point, the historical trail grows cold, leading to the enduring mystery of what befell these men. Some evidence suggests they may have been transferred from Britain to the Rhine frontier around 121 CE, just before construction began on Hadrian's Wall, perhaps indicating that the legion had been weakened by northern campaigns to the point of requiring reassignment. Vanishing into the mists, the Ninth Legion, once a proud and formidable force in Rome's military machine, simply disappeared from historical records in the early 2nd century CE. Their vanishing act represents one of the most enduring mysteries in Roman military history. The last confirmed record of the Ninth Legion's existence appears around 108 CE, after which this battle-hardened unit, comprised of some 5,000 men who had served Rome faithfully through numerous campaigns, seemingly vanished without explanation. This disappearance has puzzled historians, archaeologists, and military scholars for centuries. The final documented appearance of the Ninth Legion places them in Britain, specifically at their fortress at York, Eboracum. The massive stone fortress they occupied, portions of which still remain beneath York's medieval streets, stands as testament to their once permanent presence. Inscriptions from these years mention routine administrative matters, supply requisitions, construction projects, and various military affairs. Nothing in these mundane records hints at the incredible fate that would befall the Legion, nor provides warning of their impending disappearance. One prominent theory suggests that the Legion met a catastrophic end in Scotland while attempting to suppress uprisings among the Caledonian tribes. The Scottish Highlands, with their rugged terrain, harsh weather, and fiercely independent tribal peoples, presented formidable challenges to Roman control. Emperor Hadrian, who would later order the construction of his famous wall, recognized these difficulties. Some scholars believe the Ninth may have marched north on a punitive expedition against rebellious tribes, only to be ambushed and annihilated in the misty valleys and dense forests of Caledonia. The countryside of northern Britain offered countless opportunities for ambush. The Caledonian warriors were masters of guerrilla warfare, using their intimate knowledge of the terrain to great advantage. They could emerge from dense forests to strike quickly before melting back into the wilderness. Unlike the Romans, who fought in tight, disciplined formations, the Caledonians excelled at fluid, chaotic combat that neutralized Roman tactical advantages. If caught in unfavorable terrain, even a disciplined legion could be overwhelmed by determined tribal warriors. The lack of archaeological evidence supporting this Scottish disaster theory presents a significant challenge to its acceptance. No mass grave of legionaries has been discovered. No battlefield strewn with Roman military equipment has been unearthed. This absence of physical evidence is puzzling, given the size of a legion. The disappearance of 5,000 men, along with their weapons, armor, and equipment, should leave considerable archaeological traces. The silence of the archaeological record on this matter speaks volumes, suggesting perhaps that the truth lies elsewhere. Roman historical sources are similarly quiet regarding any major defeat in Britain during this period. This silence is particularly telling, as Roman historians rarely shied away from documenting military disasters. The defeat of Varus in the Teutoburg forest, where 3 legions were destroyed, was extensively recorded despite the shame it brought to Rome. Such catastrophes were memorialized, often as cautionary tales or to justify subsequent military actions. The absence of any mention of the Ninth's destruction suggests that perhaps they did not meet a violent end in Britain at all. Another theory that has gained traction among historians in recent decades suggests that the Ninth Legion was not destroyed, but rather transferred to another part of the empire. The Roman military regularly moved legions between provinces to address changing strategic priorities and emerging threats. During the early 2nd century, the empire faced significant challenges on its eastern frontiers, particularly in Judea and Parthia. These conflicts required experienced troops, and the Ninth may have been redeployed to meet these needs. Some tantalizing evidence supports this redeployment theory. A Roman legionary commander's tombstone discovered at Nijmegen in the Netherlands appears to reference service in the Ninth Legion at a date later than their supposed destruction in Britain. Additionally, some military records from the eastern provinces contain fragmentary references that might indicate the presence of the Ninth. These pieces of evidence, while inconclusive individually, collectively suggest the possibility that the Legion continued to exist away from British shores. The timing of the Ninth's disappearance coincides with significant military reorganizations throughout the empire. Hadrian's defensive strategy, symbolized by his famous wall in Britain, represented a shift from expansion to consolidation. During such periods of strategic realignment, legions were often shuffled between provinces or even disbanded entirely, with their veterans settled in colonial communities. The Ninth may have been caught up in these larger administrative changes, explaining their apparent disappearance from records. A third possibility combines elements of the previous theories. The Ninth Legion may have suffered significant casualties in Britain, perhaps in a series of engagements rather than a single catastrophic defeat. With their numbers depleted and their effectiveness compromised, imperial authorities may have decided to withdraw the remnants from Britain, possibly combining them with another undermanned unit or dispersing the survivors as reinforcements to other legions. This would explain both their disappearance from Britain and the fragmentary evidence of their continued existence elsewhere. Records from Nijmegen in the Netherlands suggest that detachments of the Ninth may have been stationed there after leaving Britain. A dedication stone referring to a Legio, Legion 9, was discovered dating to the reign of Hadrian. This raises the intriguing possibility that at least portions of the legion were transferred to continental Europe, perhaps as part of Hadrian's reorganization of frontier defenses. Such a redeployment would have been routine for the Roman military, but might explain the apparent disappearance from British records. Military records from the East provide another clue in this historical mystery. Some documents from the Jewish revolt under Hadrian, 132-136 CE, contain references that might indicate the presence of the Ninth Legion. The revolt required significant military resources to suppress, and experienced legions would have been valuable assets in this conflict. If the Ninth had indeed been transferred east, they may have participated in these campaigns, explaining their absence from Britain while accounting for their continued existence elsewhere. The most troubling aspect of the mystery remains the lack of definitive evidence regarding the legion's ultimate fate. Regardless of whether they were destroyed in Scotland, transferred to the east, or gradually disbanded, a clear record of their end should exist somewhere in Rome's meticulous military archives. The absence of such documentation is puzzling and suggests that perhaps those records were themselves lost to history, casualties of time, just as the legion itself seems to have been. Archaeological work continues to provide new insights into this enduring mystery. Recent excavations at Roman sites across Britain have uncovered artifacts bearing the legion's mark. Each discovery adds another piece to the puzzle, though a complete picture remains elusive. Modern archaeological techniques, including geophysical surveys and DNA analysis of skeletal remains, may yet reveal the final chapter of the Ninth Legion story, buried somewhere beneath British soil or in forgotten corners of the former empire. The fate of the Ninth Legion has captivated the modern imagination, inspiring numerous fictional treatments. Rosemary Sutcliffe's novel The Eagle of the Ninth envisions a devastating defeat in Scotland and a subsequent quest to recover the Legion's lost standard. The 2011 film The Eagle adapted this story for modern audiences. These fictional accounts, while historically speculative, demonstrate the enduring fascination with unexplained historical disappearances and the human desire to construct narratives that explain the inexplicable. The atmosphere of mystery surrounding the Ninth is heightened by the physical landscape of northern Britain. The rolling, mist-shrouded hills of Scotland and northern England create an environment where it seems entirely possible that an entire legion could march away and never return. Modern visitors to these regions can still experience the eerie isolation that Roman soldiers must have felt, far from the Mediterranean world they knew, surrounded by hostile tribes and unfamiliar terrain in which an army might indeed vanish without trace. The prevailing archaeological consensus today leans toward the redeployment theory rather than catastrophic destruction. The absence of evidence for a major defeat, combined with fragmentary indications of the Legion's continued existence elsewhere, suggests that the Ninth likely left Britain as part of ordinary military reorganization. This conclusion, while less dramatic than tales of a legion fighting to the last man in the Scottish Highlands, is consistent with Roman administrative practices and the broader strategic shifts occurring during Hadrian's reign. Perhaps the most likely scenario combines multiple factors. The Ninth may have suffered defeats in Britain that diminished their effectiveness, leading to their withdrawal and eventual redistribution throughout other provinces. Over time, as veterans died and newer recruits identified with their current assignments rather than the Legion's history, the distinct identity of the Ninth faded. Their eagle standard may have been retired, their name eventually dropped from the rolls, as the Legion ceased to exist as a cohesive unit. The story of the Ninth Legion reminds us of the gaps that exist in our historical knowledge. Despite Rome's bureaucratic efficiency and the wealth of documentation that survives from the imperial period, entire chapters of history can still disappear without explanation. The vanishing of the ninth serves as a humbling reminder to historians that our understanding of the past is always incomplete, always subject to revision as new evidence emerges from the shadows of time. As night settles over the ancient landscapes where the ninth once marched, their ghost seems to linger in the collective memory of history. 5,000 men, their weapons, their standards, their individual stories, all faded into uncertainty. Whether they met a glorious end fighting against overwhelming odds, or simply dispersed through administrative decisions into the vast machinery of the Roman military, their disappearance remains one of history's most compelling mysteries, an empty space in the historical record that continues to inspire wonder and speculation to this day. The Byzantine Empress, Theodora, from humble origins to imperial power, in the early 6th century, as the Eastern Roman Empire flourished in splendor and sophistication, a young girl was born into circumstances that gave no hint of the extraordinary destiny that awaited her. Theodora, daughter of a bear-keeper from the Hippodrome of Constantinople, would rise from the lowest rungs of Byzantine society to become the most powerful woman in the empire, perhaps in the world. Her journey from circus performer to imperial consort represents one of history's most remarkable social transformations, a testament to both her extraordinary determination and the fluid social dynamics of Byzantine civilization. In the bustling heart of Constantinople, the great city founded by Constantine as the New Rome, the magnificent Hippodrome stood as the center of public life and entertainment. Here, amid the roaring crowds and the pungent smells of animals and humanity pressed together, Theodora spent her earliest years. Her father, Acacius, worked as a bear trainer for the Green Faction, one of the two main chariot racing teams that dominated Byzantine sporting and political life. The Hippodrome was more than merely a venue for entertainment. It was the beating heart of Byzantine social and political expression. The death of Acacius, when Theodora was still quite young, plunged the family into desperate circumstances. Her mother remarried, hoping the new husband would secure her daughter's future by maintaining their father's position with the Greens. However, the faction rejected this arrangement, and the family was thrust into poverty. In Byzantine society, with its intricate social hierarchies and rigid protocols, such a fall could easily have consigned young Theodora to a life of complete obscurity or worse. Yet even in these early trials, we glimpsed the remarkable resilience that would characterize her approach to life. With few options available to support herself and her family, Theodora entered the theatrical profession alongside her older sister, Comito. In 6th century Byzantium, the theater existed in a curious moral and social position. Actresses were essentially considered on par with prostitutes existing outside the bounds of respectable society. They performed in ribald pantomimes, often with explicitly sexual content, entertaining crowds with their beauty and wit. For Theodora, barely into her teens, this initiation into adulthood represented a harsh education in the realities of gender, power, and survival in the Byzantine world. The young Theodora quickly distinguished herself within the theatrical world. Contemporary accounts suggest she possessed remarkable beauty, with expressive eyes and a compelling presence that commanded attention, but more significant than her physical attributes was her quick intelligence and wit. While her sister Comito achieved some renown as a conventional actress, Theodora developed skills as a comic performer, becoming known for her humorous monologues and mimicry. She could imitate the mannerisms of the powerful, bringing laughter from audiences by mocking the very social elite that looked down upon her profession. Life as an entertainer in the Byzantine Empire entailed more than merely performing on stage. Theodora, like other actresses of her day, also worked as a courtesan, providing companionship and sexual services to wealthy patrons. The historical sources, particularly the scandalous secret history written by the historian Procopius, describe her youthful activities in lurid detail, accounts that must be approached with caution given their clear political motivation to discredit the Empress in later years. Nevertheless, it seems certain that Theodora navigated the perilous world of 6th century entertainment, using her beauty and intelligence to survive in circumstances few modern observers could fully comprehend. Around the age of 16, Theodora's life took an unexpected turn when she became the companion of a Syrian official named Hecebolus. This relationship elevated her social status somewhat, as she accompanied him to North Africa, where he had been appointed governor of the small coastal province of Libya Pentapolis. For several years, she experienced a different kind of existence, away from the stages of Constantinople and in the more respectable position of a government official's consort. Yet this arrangement would not endure. For reasons that remain unclear, the relationship deteriorated, and Hecebolus abandoned her. Stranded in North Africa, without resources or protection, Theodora faced perhaps the lowest point in her life. She made her way slowly back toward Constantinople, supporting herself as she traveled through Alexandria in Egypt and Antioch in Syria. These journeys exposed her to diverse influences that would later shape her worldview. In Alexandria, the intellectual center of the Eastern Mediterranean, she encountered Monophysite Christians, adherents of a theological position regarding Christ's nature that differed from the official Orthodox position of the Byzantine Empire. This encounter appears to have deeply influenced her spiritual development. While in Alexandria, Theodora underwent a profound spiritual transformation. The exact nature of her conversion experience remains unknown, but historical records indicate she abandoned her former profession and adopted a simpler, more devout lifestyle. She became connected with a circle of Monophysite monks and theologians, particularly Timothy III and Severus of Antioch, influential figures who likely recognized her intelligence and potential. Under their guidance, she developed a sophisticated understanding of the theological controversies dividing Christianity, positions that would later influence imperial religious policy. Theodora's return to Constantinople around 522 CE revealed a markedly changed woman from the young actress who had departed years earlier. Now, in her early 20s, she supported herself through wool spinning, a respectable occupation for women in Byzantine society, while maintaining connections with the Monophysite community. The precise circumstances of her first meeting with Justinian, the emperor's nephew and heir apparent, are lost to history. Some accounts suggest they encountered each other through mutual acquaintances in intellectual or theological circles, rather than through Theodora's former theatrical connections. Justinian, already a man of considerable influence as the emperor's designated successor, was immediately captivated by Theodora. Despite being nearly 20 years her senior, he found in her not merely physical beauty, but an intellectual equal whose sharp mind and political instincts matched his own. Their attraction appears to have been immediate and powerful, transcending the considerable social barriers that existed between them. Justinian, who held the title of patrician and served as commander of the eastern armies, was one of the most eligible men in the empire. That he would choose a former actress as his consort stunned Byzantine society. The relationship between Justinian and Theodora faced immediate obstacles. Byzantine law expressly forbade men of senatorial rank from marrying actresses, even reformed ones. This prohibition reflected deep-seated social prejudices and the concern for preserving class distinctions in an intensely hierarchical society. For several years, the couple lived together without formal marriage, as Justinian petitioned his uncle, Emperor Justin Thermodorus, to change the law. This persistence demonstrated not merely Justinian's affection, but his recognition of Theodora's exceptional qualities and the value she would bring as a partner in power. In 524 CE, Emperor Justin Floriciae finally yielded to his nephew's entreaties and issued a special edict that allowed former actresses who had reformed their lives to marry men of senatorial rank. This legal change, created specifically to accommodate Theodora, reflected both Justinian's determination and his growing influence within the imperial administration. Shortly thereafter, Justinian and Theodora were married in a ceremony that formally united the heir to the Byzantine throne with a woman born to the lowest ranks of society. The former bearkeeper's daughter and actress had achieved a social transformation unprecedented in Roman history. As the wife of the heir apparent, Theodora quickly adapted to her new position. She demonstrated remarkable aptitude for court politics, forming alliances and identifying potential rivals with unerring instinct. Far from being overwhelmed by the complexities of imperial administration, she seemed to thrive in this environment, applying the harsh lessons of survival she had learned in her youth to the equally dangerous world of palace politics. Those who may have expected the former actress to show gratitude merely for her elevation soon discovered they faced a formidable political operator in her own right. Throughout their marriage, Justinian treated Theodora as a genuine partner, consulting her on matters of state and valuing her counsel. This approach was highly unusual in Byzantine society, where women, even imperial women, were expected to confine themselves primarily to religious and charitable activities rather than governance. Yet Justinian recognized in Theodora qualities that transcended conventional gender roles of their time. He granted her extensive imperial privileges, authorized her to receive foreign envoys independently, and allowed her significant influence over appointments to government positions. In 527 CE, Emperor Justin I's health began to fail, and Justinian was formally elevated as co-emperor. A few months later, upon Justin's death, Justinian and Theodora became the imperial couple governing the Byzantine Empire. At their coronation in the Hagia Sophia, Theodora was crowned Augusta, Empress of the Romans, an extraordinary culmination to her improbable journey. As she processed through Constantinople in her imperial regalia, she had completed perhaps the most remarkable social advancement in ancient history, from the daughter of a circus worker to Empress of the most sophisticated civilization of the early medieval world. The early years of their reign brought both promise and crisis. Justinian embarked on ambitious programs of legal reform and military reconquest, while Theodora established herself as a powerful patron of the arts and of religious foundations. Yet, beneath the surface of imperial splendor, tensions were building. The expensive wars, heavy taxation, and religious controversies created widespread discontent. The two racing factions of the Hippodrome, the Blues and the Greens, channeled this popular unrest into increasingly violent demonstrations against imperial authority, setting the stage for the greatest challenge the imperial couple would face. In January 532 CE, what began as typical Hippodrome violence escalated into a massive uprising known as the Nika Riots. The Blues and Greens, typically bitter rivals, united in their opposition to the emperor. Their rallying cry, "Nika, victory," gave the rebellion its name as it spread throughout Constantinople. For 5 days the mob controlled the streets, burning public buildings and proclaiming a new emperor. Justinian and his advisors, sheltered in the imperial palace as much of the city burned around them, contemplated flight from the capital, a decision that would almost certainly have meant the end of their reign. The Empress who shaped an empire. Theodora's influence on the Byzantine Empire extended far beyond her dramatic intervention during the Nika riots. As morning light filtered through the alabaster windows of the imperial palace, Theodora began each day with religious devotions, her faith forming the cornerstone of her reign. The Empress possessed a deep interest in theological matters unusual for women of her time. She favored the monophysite doctrine, which held that Christ possessed a single, divine nature rather than the dual nature advocated by the Council of Chalcedon. This theological position placed her at odds with the official imperial stance, creating a subtle tension within the palace walls. Yet Justinian, recognizing the political importance of religious harmony, permitted Theodora to offer protection to persecuted monophysite monks and clergy. She established a monastery in the Palace of Hormisdas, where these religious dissidents found sanctuary from orthodox persecution. The vast corridors echoed with chanted prayers as Theodora created a haven for those who shared her theological convictions, while Justinian enacted his famous legal reforms, compiling and revising Roman law into what would become the Corpus Juris Civilis. Theodora worked quietly but persistently to influence legislation concerning women. The marble halls of power had never before witnessed such advocacy for the female half of society. Golden autumn light slanted across the mosaic floors as imperial scribes recorded laws that would transform women's lives across the empire. Under Theodora's influence, laws regarding divorce were reformed to provide greater protection for women. Prior to these changes, a woman who divorced faced harsh penalties and could lose all financial support. The new legislation ensured divorced women retained their dowry and could receive support from former husbands. Furthermore, Theodora championed laws against forced prostitution, making it illegal to compel women into the profession she herself had once known. The Empress established homes for former prostitutes, providing them with honorable means of support in safe surroundings far from the city's brothels. Mothers and daughters throughout the empire benefited from her reforms to inheritance laws, which now permitted women to inherit and own property in their own right. These changes reflected Theodora's understanding of how economic independence could transform women's status. The Empress also supported legislation prohibiting the killing of wives for adultery, a radical position in a society that had long held different standards for male and female fidelity. The palace complex served as the nucleus of Theodora's power, where she maintained her own court separate from yet complementary to Justinian's. Silver lamps illuminated the receiving chambers where petitioners awaited her attention. Unlike many imperial consorts before her, Theodora actively participated in state affairs, attending council meetings and offering advice on matters both domestic and foreign. Court officials adjusted to the unprecedented sight of a woman seated beside the emperor during important deliberations. Theodora's diplomatic initiatives revealed her shrewd understanding of imperial politics. She cultivated relationships with rulers and nobles from neighboring kingdoms, exchanging elaborate gifts and cordial correspondence. Persian ambassadors bearing silk and spices were received with carefully orchestrated ceremonies that demonstrated Byzantine wealth and stability. The Empress recognized the value of diplomatic marriages in securing alliances, arranging unions between Byzantine nobles and foreign dignitaries. The imperial court hummed with intrigue as various factions sought favor with the Empress. Theodora maintained an extensive network of informants, ensuring she remained aware of potential threats and opportunities alike. Court ladies in silken robes carried messages between the Empress and her allies, their footsteps barely audible on marble floors worn smooth by centuries of imperial service. Theodora selected her confidants carefully, valuing loyalty and discretion above all other qualities. Religious matters remained central to Byzantine politics, and Theodora navigated these waters with exceptional skill. She continued to support monophysite communities, while Justinian maintained the orthodox position, creating a delicate balance that prevented further religious schism within the empire. The Empress sponsored the construction of churches and monasteries, most notably the Church of Saints Sergius and Bacchus in Constantinople, which still stands today as a testament to her patronage. As the years passed, Theodora's health began to deteriorate. The palace physicians applied their arts with limited success as the Empress continued her duties despite growing physical weakness. In quiet moments, she would gaze across the Bosphorus, perhaps reflecting on her extraordinary journey from the hippodrome to the imperial throne. The court adapted to her reduced physical presence, with trusted emissaries carrying her words to meetings she could no longer attend. Theodora's influence extended to the artistic and architectural achievements of Justinian's reign. The great church of Hagia Sophia, with its soaring dome and glittering mosaics, bears her imprint alongside her husband's. Contemporary accounts suggest she was consulted on aspects of its design and decoration. Within its sacred space, light played across surfaces of marble and gold, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that reflected the divine power the imperial couple claimed to represent. The Empress encouraged the development of silk production within the empire, reducing dependence on Persian imports. Silk workshops hummed with activity as skilled artisans created luxurious fabrics for the court and wealthy citizens. Theodora understood the economic and political advantages of developing domestic industries, particularly those producing luxury goods that enhanced imperial prestige. Her practical approach to economic matters complemented Justinian's more abstract vision. Throughout her reign, Theodora maintained the imperial image with careful attention to ceremonial appearances. Public processions through Constantinople's streets allowed citizens to glimpse the Empress in her pearl-encrusted robes and jeweled crown. These carefully choreographed events reinforced the divine nature of imperial authority while connecting the rulers to their subjects. The Empress understood the power of visual impression, ensuring that her image projected strength and dignity. Behind closed doors, Theodora's relationship with Justinian remained one of mutual respect and partnership. Their childless marriage focused their energies on governance rather than dynastic concerns. Evening hours often found them in private conversation, discussing the day's events and planning future initiatives. Court poets composed verses celebrating their harmonious rule, comparing them to mythological couples who shared divine power. As Theodora's final illness progressed, the empire held its collective breath. Prayers rose from churches throughout Constantinople as citizens contemplated a future without the formidable Empress. In 548 CE, at approximately 50 years of age, Theodora died, leaving Justinian to rule alone for the remaining 17 years of his reign. The emperor ordered an elaborate funeral befitting his beloved consort, with dignitaries from across the known world in attendance. Justinian's grief manifested in continued commitment to their shared vision for the empire. He maintained many of her policies, particularly those concerning women's rights. In his private chambers, portraits of Theodora remained, silent reminders of their extraordinary partnership. Court officials observed that the emperor would sometimes pause in conversation, as though waiting for an opinion that would never come. Theodora's legacy extended far beyond her lifetime. The legal reforms she championed continued to influence Byzantine society for centuries. Women of subsequent generations enjoyed rights and protections unimaginable in most contemporary civilizations. The monophysite communities she had protected maintained their distinctive traditions, eventually evolving into what would become the Coptic and Syrian Orthodox churches. Historians writing in the centuries after her death often presented contradictory views of Theodora. Some emphasized her humble origins and portrayed her as a corrupting influence, while others praised her intelligence and political acumen. The 6th century historian Procopius produced two dramatically different accounts, one praising her courage during the Nika riots, the other, known as the Secret History, describing her in scandalous terms meant to damage her reputation. Archaeological evidence provides glimpses of how Theodora presented herself to contemporaries and posterity. The famous mosaic in the Basilica of San Vitale in Ravenna depicts her in imperial regalia, her expression serene and authoritative. This enduring image shows her as she wished to be remembered, not as the daughter of a bearkeeper or as a former actress, but as the Empress who ruled alongside Justinian during the empire's golden age. Modern scholars have reassessed Theodora's reign, recognizing her significant contributions to Byzantine governance and society. Her advocacy for women's rights appears particularly progressive when viewed in historical context. The religious tolerance she promoted, while motivated by her own monophysite sympathies, established precedents for managing theological diversity within the empire. The Byzantine Empire that Theodora helped shape would continue for nearly a millennium after her death. The legal codes, administrative structures, and diplomatic traditions established during her lifetime proved remarkably durable. As evening shadows lengthened across Constantinople's 7 hills, the empire she had served continued its long existence, forever marked by the woman who rose from the circus to the highest throne in Christendom. The journey of Marco Polo, the road to Cathay. In the fading light of the 13th century, the bustling port city of Venice stands as a testament to human ingenuity and ambition. Narrow canals reflect the warm glow of oil lamps as merchants conduct their business in a cacophony of languages from across the known world. Among the wealthy trading families of this maritime republic, the Polo family has established themselves as respected merchants with connections stretching across the Mediterranean. It is in this vibrant commercial hub, surrounded by the constant motion of ships and goods, that the story of one of history's greatest travelers begins. The year is 1254, and a child named Marco enters the world, born into the merchant aristocracy of Venice. His father, Niccolò, and Uncle Maffeo are already accomplished traders, dealing primarily in precious gems and exotic goods from the East. As Marco takes his first breaths, little does anyone suspect that this infant will one day journey farther east than any European before him, and return with tales so extraordinary that many will dismiss them as mere fantasy. The Venice of Marco's birth is at the height of its power, controlling vast trade networks and serving as Europe's gateway to the mysteries of the Orient. Marco's early childhood passes in relative comfort among the marble palaces and bustling markets of Venice. However, his formative years are marked by absence. When Marco is only 6 years old, his father, Niccolò, and Uncle Maffeo depart on a trading expedition to Constantinople and the lands beyond. What was initially planned as a brief venture stretches into years as opportunities and circumstances carry the brothers ever eastward, eventually reaching the court of the great Mongol ruler Kublai Khan. Meanwhile, young Marco grows up under the care of extended family, receiving the education befitting a merchant's son. The education of a Venetian merchant's son is practical and thorough. Marco studies arithmetic and bookkeeping, essential skills for the family business. He learns to read and write in Venetian Italian, while also gaining exposure to Latin through religious instruction. Most crucial for his future endeavors, he studies the basics of foreign languages that might prove useful in trade. Arabic, perhaps some Greek. Hours are spent in the company of returning sailors and merchants, absorbing their tales of distant ports and foreign customs. The docks and marketplaces of Venice serve as his real classroom, where he observes the evaluation of goods and the art of negotiation. In 1269, when Marco is 15 years old, his father and uncle finally return to Venice after their extraordinary journey to the east. Marco, who has little memory of his father, now meets a weathered traveler with tales of lands beyond imagination. Niccolò discovers that his wife has died during his absence, leaving Marco effectively an orphan despite his father's return. The reunion is bittersweet, but it marks the beginning of Marco's true education, as Niccolò and Maffeo share stories of their adventures and the promise they made to the great Kublai Khan to return with scholars and holy oil from the lamp at the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. The Polo brothers do not remain long in Venice. Having delivered letters from Kublai Khan to Pope Clement IV, only to find him deceased, they await the election of a new pope before fulfilling their promise to return east. In 1271, after 2 years of preparation, the Polos set out once more for the court of the great Khan. This time, 17-year-old Marco accompanies them. Their departure from Venice is a solemn affair. Galleys laden with trade goods slip away from the marble city as Marco takes one last look at the only home he has ever known, uncertain if he will ever see it again. The first stage of their journey takes them across the Mediterranean to Acre in the Holy Land. The Crusader kingdom provides a tenuous foothold for Western merchants in the region. Here, they receive valuable letters of introduction from the newly elected Pope Gregory VI, though the promised contingent of 100 learned missionaries is reduced to merely 2 Dominican friars. Even these 2 clerics soon lose heart at the difficulties of the journey ahead and turn back, leaving only the 3 Polos to continue eastward with the holy oil requested by the Khan. From Acre, the Polos make their way to the bustling port of Hormuz on the Persian Gulf. The journey is arduous, passing through lands controlled by various Muslim powers, requiring careful negotiation and the payment of numerous tolls and taxes. In Hormuz, they intend to secure passage by sea to China, which would spare them the hardships of the overland route. However, upon inspecting the ships available, sewn together with coconut fiber rather than nails and lacking proper keels, the experienced Venetian merchants judge them unseaworthy for the perilous ocean crossing. They reluctantly commit to the longer, more dangerous land route. Their path now takes them northward through the Persian plateau, traversing the ancient cities of Kerman and Yazd. The landscape transforms around them. Verdant coastal regions give way to arid plateaus and, eventually, to the towering peaks of Central Asia. Marco, still a teenager, absorbs everything with keen interest. He notes the methods of local craftsmen, the varieties of precious stones mined in the mountains, and the customs of the people they encounter. Each night, by lamplight, he records observations that will later form the basis of his famous account. As they journey into the heart of Asia, conditions grow increasingly harsh. The Pamirs, known locally as the roof of the world, present a formidable barrier of jagged peaks and thin air. Traversing narrow mountain paths where a single misstep means death, the travelers endure bitter cold, fierce winds, and the constant threat of bandit attacks. Many nights are spent in crude shelters or the felt tents of nomadic herders. Food becomes simple and sometimes scarce. Dried meats, hard bread, fermented mare's milk offered by Mongol hosts. These hardships forge Marco's character, transforming the Venetian youth into a seasoned traveler. The highlands eventually give way to the fearsome Taklamakan Desert, whose name in the local tongue translates to place of no return. Here the caravan follows ancient pathways from oasis to oasis, the settlements appearing like green islands in a sea of sand. Water becomes precious beyond measure. The Polos witness caravans that had lost their way, nothing remaining but bleached bones scattered among the dunes. Local guides prove essential, using stars and landmarks invisible to untrained eyes to navigate the treacherous landscape that has claimed countless lives over the centuries. Throughout their journey, the Polos travel in the company of various merchant caravans, for safety lies in numbers along the Silk Road. Their companions are a diverse lot: Persian astrologers, Arab spice merchants, Turkish horse traders, Armenian jewelers. During the long evenings, around communal fires, stories are exchanged in a blend of languages. Marco's linguistic abilities grow with each passing month as he absorbs phrases and customs from his fellow travelers. The trading posts and caravanserais that punctuate their journey serve as both marketplaces and informal universities of cultural exchange. Nearly 3.5 years after leaving Venice, the weary travelers approach the summer palace of Kublai Khan at Chengdu, which later generations will know as Xanadu. Marco has grown from a boy to a man on the journey, turning 20 during their passage through the deserts of Central Asia. As they near their destination, they are met by royal escorts who have been dispatched to bring them safely to the Khan's presence. The great Khan, curious about these returning visitors from the distant west, has arranged a grand reception to welcome them to his realm. The splendor of Kublai Khan's court is beyond anything Marco could have imagined in Venice. The palace at Chengdu is a marvel of engineering and artistic achievement, with pavilions of marble and bamboo set among artificial lakes and meticulously landscaped gardens. Thousands of courtiers move through the grounds in silk garments of brilliant colors. The air is perfumed with exotic incense, while musicians play instruments unknown in Europe. Food is served on plates of gold and silver. For Marco, it is as if he has entered another world entirely, one where the wealth and sophistication exceed even that of his native Venice. Kublai Khan, already an aging ruler but still commanding an empire that stretches from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe, receives the Polos with great honor. He remembers Niccolo and Maffeo fondly from their previous visit, and is pleased they have fulfilled their promise to return. His attention, however, is particularly drawn to young Marco, who demonstrates a quick mind and respectful curiosity about Mongol customs. The Khan, surrounded by courtiers who rarely speak the unvarnished truth, finds Marco's fresh perspective and direct observations refreshing. The Khan inquires about the Christian religion, European politics, and the state of various kingdoms known to him only through reports of his envoys. Marco, drawing on his Venetian education and observations during their journey, responds thoughtfully to these questions. The Khan is impressed not only by the young man's knowledge, but by his diplomatic manner and evident desire to understand rather than judge the customs of the East. A bond begins to form between the world's most powerful ruler and the young Venetian that will shape the next 17 years of Marco's life. Within the Khan's vast bureaucracy, a place is found for the talented young foreigner. Marco's first assignments are modest, observing and reporting on local customs in provinces near the capital. He approaches these tasks with diligence, producing detailed accounts that please the Khan with their accuracy and insight. Marco's facility with languages allows him to learn the Mongol tongue along with various Chinese dialects, making him increasingly valuable as a trusted observer who can communicate directly with local populations without the filters of interpreters who might have their own agendas. In the service of the Khan, in the sprawling palace complexes of Chengdu and Khanbalik, Marco Polo found himself transformed from a mere Venetian merchant into a trusted official of Kublai Khan's vast empire. The great Khan, impressed by the young Italian's intelligence and curiosity, took an immediate liking to Marco. Unlike his father and uncle, who were valued primarily for their trading knowledge, Marco possessed a gift for languages and observation that made him invaluable to the Mongol court. The great Khan soon appointed him to a position in the imperial administration, a remarkable achievement for a foreigner in the closed society of the Yuan dynasty. Marco's position afforded him unprecedented access to the inner workings of the most powerful empire on earth. His primary responsibility became that of an imperial envoy, traveling to distant provinces to conduct inspections and report directly back to Kublai Khan. These journeys took him to regions no European had ever seen before: the bamboo forests of southern China, the windswept steppes of Mongolia, and the snow-capped mountains of Tibet. The Khan valued Marco's detailed observations and impartial assessments of his governor's effectiveness, as the young Venetian had no local allegiances that might color his reports. The administrative system of the Mongol Empire was a marvel of efficiency and organization. Kublai Khan had established a sophisticated postal relay system with stations positioned approximately every 25 miles across the empire. Fresh horses awaited imperial messengers at each station, allowing communications to travel with remarkable speed across thousands of miles. Marco marveled at this system, noting how a message from the farthest reaches of the empire could reach the Khan in a matter of weeks rather than months. He would later introduce this concept to Europeans who at the time had no comparable system for rapid, long-distance communication. Marco's duties extended beyond mere administrative oversight. The Khan frequently dispatched him on diplomatic missions to neighboring kingdoms and tributaries. On one such mission, Marco journeyed to the kingdom of Champa in present-day Vietnam, bearing gifts and imperial decrees. The tropical climate presented a stark contrast to the cooler northern capital, with humid air that clung to his skin and exotic fruits he had never before tasted. The local ruler received Marco with great ceremony, understanding that to respect the Khan's envoy was to respect the Khan himself. These diplomatic engagements taught Marco the nuanced art of cross-cultural negotiation. The Mongol administration itself was a fascinating blend of traditions. Despite being conquerors, the Mongols proved remarkably adaptable, incorporating useful aspects of Chinese governance while maintaining their own distinct approach to rule. Marco observed how Kublai Khan employed officials from diverse backgrounds: Chinese Confucian scholars, Muslim administrators from Persia, and even Buddhist monks from Tibet. This cosmopolitan approach to governance impressed the Venetian, who had grown up in the relatively monocultural environment of medieval Europe, despite Venice's reputation as a crossroads of trade. Daily life in the Khan's service exposed Marco to luxuries and technologies previously unimaginable in Europe. Paper money, printed with mulberry bark and stamped with the imperial seal, circulated throughout the realm, a concept that would seem fantastical to European merchants, still conducting all transactions in precious metals. The use of coal for heating, sophisticated water systems, and the production of fine porcelain all demonstrated China's technological superiority. Marco carefully documented these innovations, understanding their potential value to European society if they could be successfully transferred and implemented. Perhaps most impressive to Marco was the Grand Canal, a massive engineering achievement that connected northern and southern China through an intricate waterway system. Stretching over 1,000 miles, this artificial river enabled the efficient transportation of grain from the fertile south to feed the populations of the northern cities. As an emissary of the Khan, Marco traveled this waterway many times, observing the complex lock systems that allowed boats to navigate changes in elevation. The canal's economic importance to the empire could not be overstated, functioning as the commercial artery of the entire realm. In his personal accounts, Marco expressed particular fascination with the city of Hangzhou, which he claimed was the finest and most splendid city in the world. Located near the eastern coast, this bustling metropolis contained over 1 million inhabitants, a population density unheard of in Europe at the time. The city's lake, lined with gardens and pleasure pavilions, provided recreation for all social classes. Marco noted the cleanliness of the streets, the sophisticated urban planning, and the abundance of bridges spanning the city's many canals. The restaurants, tea houses, and markets operated at all hours, creating a vibrant urban culture. While serving in the imperial administration, Marco developed a deep appreciation for Chinese arts and culture. He observed scholars practicing calligraphy, carefully forming each character with practiced brush strokes. The philosophical traditions of Confucianism, with its emphasis on social harmony and proper relationships, contrasted with European feudal structures. Buddhist temples, with their massive golden statues and chanting monks, offered spiritual practices entirely different from Christian worship. These cultural observations would form a significant portion of his later writings, introducing Europeans to worldviews they had never before encountered. The technological innovations Marco witnessed extended to warfare as well. The Mongol army, already formidable due to its superior horsemanship and tactical brilliance, had incorporated Chinese military technologies that made it nearly invincible. Explosive powder weapons, including early forms of cannons, provided devastating advantages on the battlefield. Marco documented these closely, though his European readers would later dismiss such accounts as fantasy. The imperial armories also produced crossbows of remarkable power and precision, capable of piercing armor at considerable distances. Marco's service to the Khan was not without personal challenges. Despite his elevated status, he remained an outsider in many respects. The complex social hierarchies of Chinese society and the court intrigues required constant vigilance. Some native officials resented the favor shown to foreign advisors, viewing Marco and others like him with suspicion. The linguistic barriers, despite Marco's facility with languages, sometimes led to misunderstandings that could prove politically dangerous. Yet through careful observation and adaptation, he managed to navigate these complexities successfully for nearly 2 decades. The seasons passed into years as Marco continued his service to the great Khan. His father Niccolò and uncle Maffeo, who had initially brought him to the Mongol Empire, grew increasingly anxious to return home to Venice. They had accumulated considerable wealth through trade and imperial favor, but worried about their extended absence from their homeland. For Marco, however, the wonders of Cathay continued to fascinate, and he showed little inclination to leave his privileged position. The Khan himself seemed reluctant to part with his valued foreign advisor, repeatedly refusing requests from the Polos to return to their homeland. The opportunity for departure finally presented itself through an unexpected diplomatic assignment. A Mongol princess named Kokachin required escort to Persia, where she was to marry the Ilkhan Argan, ruler of the Mongol territories in the Middle East. The sea journey was considered safer than the overland route, which had grown increasingly dangerous due to conflicts between Mongol factions. The Khan, trusting the Polos' maritime knowledge from their Mediterranean backgrounds, appointed them as the princess's official escorts. After 17 years in the Khan's service, Marco would finally begin his journey home. The sea voyage proved perilous, with storms and disease claiming many lives among their party. Of the 600 passengers who departed from the port of Quanzhou, only 18 survived to reach their destination in Hormuz. The Polos successfully delivered Princess Kokachin to the Persian court, fulfilling their final duty to Kublai Khan. From Persia, they continued westward, following ancient trade routes through Armenia and Constantinople before finally arriving in Venice in 1295, 24 years after their departure. The 3 travelers, transformed by their experiences, barely resembled the Venetian merchants who had left a generation earlier. Upon returning to Venice, Marco found himself involved in the conflict between his home city and its rival Genoa. Captured during a naval battle in 1298, he was imprisoned in a Genoese jail. This misfortune led to one of history's most fortunate collaborations. Marco's cellmate was Rustichello of Pisa, a writer of romantic tales. To pass the long hours of captivity, Marco recounted his extraordinary adventures in the East, while Rustichello recorded and embellished these accounts. The result was Il Milione, later known in English as The Travels of Marco Polo, a work that would profoundly impact European perceptions of Asia. Initially, many readers dismissed Marco's accounts as mere invention, earning him the nickname Marco Milione, Marco of the Million Lies. The descriptions of vast cities, paper money, and coal burning seemed too fantastic to be true. Yet, over time, as more Europeans ventured eastward, the accuracy of many of his observations was confirmed. His detailed accounts of Asian geography, customs, and resources influenced generations of explorers, including Christopher Columbus, who carried a copy of Marco's book during his voyages seeking a western route to the lands Marco had described from the east. The greatest legacy of Marco's service to the Khan was perhaps the cultural bridge he created between East and West. His detailed descriptions of Chinese technological innovations eventually stimulated European adoption of printing, paper money, and improved navigational techniques. The Silk Road trade routes he documented in unprecedented detail expanded commercial networks between Europe and Asia. While Marco himself returned to Venice and lived as a merchant until his death in 1324, his experiences in the service of Kublai Khan continued to reverberate through history, gradually transforming Europe's understanding of the broader world beyond its shores. On his deathbed, when urged by visitors to recant the supposed exaggerations in his book, Marco allegedly replied, "I have not told half of what I saw." This final statement perhaps best encapsulates both the extraordinary nature of his experiences and the limitations of medieval Europe's ability to comprehend the advanced civilization he had witnessed. The young Venetian who had entered the Khan's service as a curious traveler had returned as a cultural ambassador whose observations would continue to influence East-West relations for centuries to come, even as he himself drifted into legend. The Salem Witch Trials, Shadows over Salem. In the sheltered enclave of Salem Village, Massachusetts, the year 1692 dawned with little indication of the darkness about to consume the community. The settlement, nestled amidst the dense forests of New England, had existed in relative peace since its establishment. The villagers led lives dictated by the strict moral code of Puritanism, their days organized around agricultural labor, prayer, and communal obligations. The meeting house stood as the physical and spiritual center of Salem, a stark wooden structure where the residents gathered weekly to hear Reverend Samuel Parris deliver his fervent sermons on sin and salvation. Winter had settled heavily over Salem Village that year. Snow blanketed the dormant fields, and families huddled around hearths in their timber-framed homes, conserving precious firewood. The Puritans viewed winter not merely as a season of physical hardship, but as a spiritual metaphor, a time when the darkness of human nature became more apparent, when the battle against sin required greater vigilance. The shortened days and long nights created an atmosphere where stories thrived, where whispered fears could take root in the collective imagination of a community perpetually concerned with the state of their souls. The Puritan world of Massachusetts Bay Colony operated under a theological framework that acknowledged the constant active presence of the supernatural. To these serious-minded colonists, Satan was not an abstract concept, but a tangible adversary who worked tirelessly to corrupt God's people. The wilderness surrounding their settlements represented more than untamed nature. It symbolized spiritual darkness, where indigenous peoples, viewed as potential agents of the devil, conducted what the Puritans perceived as heathen rituals. The forest loomed in the Puritan consciousness as a realm where temptation and spiritual danger lurked. Life in Salem Village unfolded against a backdrop of tensions more earthly than spiritual. The community had split into factions, divided by disputes over property lines, grazing rights, and the appropriate role of commerce in their society. The Porter faction, associated with Salem town and its increasing commercial interests, stood against the Putnam faction, which represented the more traditional agricultural values of the village. Reverend Parris, relatively new to his position, struggled to navigate these divisions while maintaining his authority over his congregation. The Paris household contained within it the first sparks of what would become a conflagration. Samuel Paris had brought with him to Salem an enslaved woman named Tituba, acquired during his time in Barbados. She occasionally entertained his daughter Betty, age 9, and his niece Abigail Williams, age 11, with stories that likely blended Caribbean folklore with elements adapted to interest the Puritan children. These tales, innocent as they may have been in intent, contained descriptions of divination and fortune-telling strictly forbidden in Puritan society. During January 1692, Betty Paris began exhibiting troubling behaviors that defied explanation within the medical understanding of the time. She experienced violent contortions, uttered strange sounds, and complained of being pinched and pricked by invisible tormentors. Abigail Williams soon developed similar symptoms. Their behavior, crawling under furniture, assuming unusual postures, speaking incomprehensible phrases, alarmed their family and neighbors. The local physician, William Griggs, examined the girls and, finding no physical cause for their afflictions, pronounced what many already feared. The girls were under the influence of the evil hand. The diagnosis of witchcraft provided a framework that made sense within the Puritan worldview. If Satan actively sought the destruction of godly communities, and if the wilderness harbored his agents, then Salem's troubles could be understood as a spiritual assault. As the village grappled with the implications, other young women began exhibiting similar symptoms: Ann Putnam Jr., Elizabeth Hubbard, Mary Walcott, and Mercy Lewis. Each new case reinforced the growing conviction that dark forces had targeted their community, and a desperate search began for those who might be serving as the devil's instruments. The first accusations emerged in February, directed at individuals who occupied marginalized positions in Salem society. Tituba, already viewed with suspicion due to her ethnic background and enslaved status, became a primary suspect. Sarah Good, an impoverished beggar known for muttering to herself, and Sarah Osborne, an elderly woman who had scandalized the community by failing to attend meeting regularly and by marrying her indentured servant, completed the initial trio of accused. Each represented some deviation from the Puritan social ideal: the foreign servant, the disruptive beggar, the unconventional widow. On February 29th, warrants were issued for the arrest of Tituba, Sarah Good, and Sarah Osborne. They faced examination before local magistrates, John Hathorne and Jonathan Corwin, in the Salem Village Meeting House. The proceedings bore little resemblance to modern judicial hearings. The accused had no legal representation, confronted their accusers directly, and faced rapid-fire questioning designed to elicit confessions rather than determine truth. The questions themselves presumed guilt. Why do you hurt these children? What covenant have you made with the devil? Sarah Good maintained her innocence despite intense pressure, declaring that she served God, not Satan. Sarah Osborne similarly denied any involvement with witchcraft. But Tituba, perhaps recognizing the hopelessness of her position or genuinely believing in some form of magical practice from her Caribbean background, provided what the magistrates sought: a confession. She described meeting with the devil, who appeared sometimes as a man in black, sometimes as animal forms. She spoke of signing his book and of flying through the night on a pole to attend witch meetings. Tituba's confession transformed the proceedings from an investigation into 3 suspicious individuals into something far more terrifying: the uncovering of an extensive witch conspiracy threatening the entire community. Most alarmingly, she claimed to have seen 9 other persons from Salem engaged in witchcraft alongside her, though she initially named none of them. The specter of unnamed witches walking freely among them sent waves of fear through Salem Village. If Satan had recruited multiple agents from within their godly community, no one could be considered above suspicion. As March progressed, the circle of accusations widened dramatically. Martha Corey, a full church member, found herself accused despite her respected position. When she expressed skepticism about the allegations, this itself became evidence of her guilt. Rebecca Nurse, an elderly woman known for her piety, was similarly accused. The targeting of such outwardly godly individuals suggested that Satan's corruption ran deeper than initially feared. If even church members could secretly serve the devil, the entire foundation of their community seemed threatened. The legal apparatus of colonial Massachusetts struggled to address the mounting crisis. More arrests followed, as the afflicted girls continued to identify witches in their midst. The jails began to fill with accused individuals awaiting trial. Governor Sir William Phipps, newly arrived from England, established a special court of Oyer and Terminer in May to hear the witchcraft cases. The court consisted of prominent colonial officials, including Samuel Sewall, John Hathorne, and William Stoughton, who would serve as chief magistrate. Central to the legal proceedings was the concept of spectral evidence, testimony that the accused's shape or specter appeared to the afflicted and tormented them. According to Puritan belief, the devil could not assume the shape of an innocent person without God's permission, which God would not grant. Therefore, if witnesses claimed to see someone's specter afflicting them, this constituted evidence that the accused had willingly entered the devil's service. This theological understanding allowed accusations based entirely on subjective visions that only the accusers could perceive. The afflicted girls developed a repertoire of behaviors that manifested during examinations and later trials. When an accused witch was brought before them, they often fell into fits, screaming that the person's specter was attacking them. If the accused made gestures, the girls mimicked them, claiming they were being controlled. They reported seeing familiar spirits, cats, birds, or other animals, accompanying the accused, serving as demonic helpers. These dramatic performances proved compelling to observers already primed to believe in active demonic influence. Throughout the spring, community dynamics shaped the pattern of accusations. Those with connections to the church-supporting Putnam family were significantly more likely to become accusers, while those associated with the merchant-aligned Porter faction faced higher risks of being accused. Long-standing property disputes, inheritances contested across family lines, and old grudges seemed to influence who pointed fingers and who stood accused. The witch trials provided a supernatural framework through which existing social tensions expressed themselves. The accused individuals represented a cross-section of colonial society. While many early targets were marginalized figures, the poor, the elderly, those with questionable reputations, as the trials progressed, accusations reached people of higher social standing. Women constituted the majority of the accused, reflecting Puritan beliefs about female susceptibility to the devil's influence. But men increasingly faced allegations as well. Even children, as young as 4-year-old Dorothy Good, Sarah's daughter, found themselves implicated in the expanding witch panic. The examination process itself created tremendous psychological pressure. Magistrates questioned the accused for hours, expecting confessions. Those who maintained their innocence faced increasingly hostile interrogation. Many were kept in chains in miserable jail conditions while awaiting trial. Some, exhausted by the ordeal, eventually confessed to imaginary crimes, providing elaborate details of witch meetings, signing the devil's book, and malefic magic, details likely influenced by leading questions and the confessions they had heard from others. By early summer, the trials themselves began at the court of Oyer and Terminer. These proceedings differed significantly from modern courts. Judges actively questioned witnesses and the accused, rather than serving as impartial arbiters. The accused had no legal representation. Spectral evidence featured prominently alongside testimony about misfortunes blamed on the accused, illnesses, crop failures, and livestock deaths that had occurred months or even years earlier. Community members came forward with long lists of grievances, now reinterpreted as evidence of witchcraft. Justice and reconciliation. The summer of 1692 in Salem village saw the establishment of a special court, the Court of Oyer and Terminer, created specifically to hear the mounting witchcraft cases that threatened to overwhelm the colonial justice system. Governor William Phips appointed this extraordinary judicial body, with William Stoughton serving as chief magistrate. The court began its solemn proceedings in early June, bringing together a collection of respected magistrates and judges who would determine the fate of the accused. This marked a formalization of the legal process that had begun as informal hearings in local taverns and meeting houses. The courtroom itself was a simple affair, housed in the Salem town courthouse. Wooden benches lined the room where spectators gathered to witness the proceedings. At the front, a raised platform held the judge's bench, a heavy wooden structure that emphasized their authority. The accused stood before this bench, without counsel, to face their accusers and the questions of the magistrates. Windows allowed dappled sunlight to illuminate the proceedings, though many reported that the room maintained a perpetual gloom regardless of the weather outside. The atmosphere was charged with tension and fear. The court developed distinctive methods for investigating witchcraft accusations, drawing on European precedents but adapting them to colonial circumstances. Physical examinations became routine, with court-appointed physicians searching the bodies of the accused for witches' marks, any unusual blemish, mole, or skin tag that might indicate a covenant with the devil. These examinations were conducted with clinical detachment, often in the presence of witnesses, as the physicians prodded and inspected every inch of the accused's body. The humiliation of such examinations was itself a punishment, occurring before guilt had been established. Spectral evidence formed the cornerstone of most prosecutions. The afflicted girls claimed they could see the specters or spirits of the accused tormenting them, even when the accused were physically present in the courtroom. These spectral attacks took various forms: pinching, biting, choking, with the girls demonstrating their torment through dramatic fits and contortions. The judges accepted this evidence despite its invisible nature, reasoning that the devil could not use a person's likeness without their consent. Thus, the appearance of a specter was considered proof of a diabolic pact. Touch tests became another method of confirmation. When an afflicted person was touched by their alleged tormentor, their fits would immediately cease. This was interpreted as proof of guilt, as the malevolent power supposedly flowed back into the witch upon physical contact. During court sessions, the afflicted would be brought forward, writhing and screaming, only to fall suddenly silent when touched by the accused. The courtroom would grow still at these moments, watching the transformation with a mixture of fear and grim satisfaction. Confession was actively sought by the court, seen as both irrefutable proof and spiritual redemption. While physical torture was not employed as it had been in European witch trials, psychological pressure was immense. The accused were often kept in chains, in cold, cramped cells with minimal food. Sleep deprivation and isolation wore down their resistance. Ministers visited regularly, urging confession as the only path to salvation. Many confessed simply to end their suffering, providing elaborate details of their supposed covenant with Satan to satisfy their interrogators. These confessions followed recognizable patterns, reflecting the Puritan understanding of diabolism. The accused would describe a man in black approaching them, sometimes appearing as a distinguished gentleman, other times as a small, dark man, or even as a black dog. They would recount signing the devil's book with their own blood, receiving a mark, and participating in night meetings in the woods where they flew through the air to attend witches' sabbaths. These confessions built upon one another, each new account incorporating elements from previous ones, creating an increasingly elaborate narrative of witchcraft in Salem. The accused, who maintained their innocence, faced trial before the court. These proceedings bore little resemblance to modern concepts of fair trial. The accused had no legal representation. They could not call witnesses in their defense until later in the trials. And even then, those who testified on behalf of the accused risked becoming suspects themselves. The judges actively participated in the questioning, often leading witnesses toward incriminating statements. Spectators were permitted to shout accusations and observations from the gallery, creating a chaotic atmosphere that further disadvantaged the defendants. Religious elements permeated the proceedings. The court sessions opened with prayer, and ministers were present to offer spiritual guidance. The very concept of witchcraft was understood primarily as a religious crime, a covenant with Satan that represented the ultimate betrayal of God. Defendants were questioned about their religious practices, with irregular church attendance or failure to have children baptized viewed with suspicion. Even the method of prayer could be scrutinized, as when Sarah Good was unable to perfectly recite the Lord's Prayer, considered proof of her guilt, as witches were believed incapable of such holy utterances. The first person to face formal trial was Bridget Bishop, a middle-aged woman known for her unconventional lifestyle. Her trial on June 2nd established the pattern for those that would follow. Witnesses recounted arguments with Bishop, followed by mysterious ailments. The afflicted girls demonstrated their torments in the courtroom. Physical evidence was presented: poppets, small dolls, found in the walls of her cellar with pins stuck in them. Bishop maintained her innocence throughout, but the verdict was predetermined. She was convicted and sentenced to death by hanging. Bishop's execution took place on June 10, 1692, at a site that would become known as Gallows Hill. The hill stood on the outskirts of Salem town, a barren, rocky slope where a sturdy oak tree served as the gallows. The condemned were transported by cart from the jail, sometimes through jeering crowds. At the execution site, ministers offered last opportunities for confession, promising spiritual redemption even at this late hour. Bishop maintained her innocence to the end. The hangman adjusted the noose, the cart was pulled away, and Bridget Bishop became the first official victim of the Salem witch trials. The pace of trials and executions accelerated through the summer months. On July 19th, 5 women were hanged together: Sarah Good, Elizabeth Howe, Susanna Martin, Sarah Wilds, and Rebecca Nurse. Rebecca Nurse's case particularly troubled the community. An elderly woman of impeccable religious character, her initial acquittal was overturned after the afflicted girls fell into fits upon hearing the verdict. Good went to her death cursing Reverend Nicholas Noyes, who had pressed for her confession: "If I am a witch, then he is a wizard, and if I deserve to die, then so does he." August brought more executions. On August 19th, George Burroughs, a former minister of Salem Village, was hanged alongside John Proctor, George Jacobs Sr., John Willard, and Martha Carrier. Burroughs recited the Lord's Prayer perfectly on the gallows, creating momentary doubt among the spectators, as it was believed no witch could do so. Cotton Mather, watching from horseback, quickly dispersed the crowd's uncertainty, reminding them that the devil often gave supernatural abilities to his followers to deceive the faithful. The executions continued. September 19th saw the hanging of 8 more victims: Martha Corey, Mary Easty, Alice Parker, Ann Pudeator, Margaret Scott, Wilmot Redd, Samuel Wardwell, and Mary Parker. By this time, the jails in Salem, Boston, and Ipswich were overflowing with the accused. The court had convicted 27 people of witchcraft, 19 of whom had been executed. Hundreds more awaited examination or trial. The machinery of accusation and prosecution seemed unstoppable, reaching into every corner of Essex County and beyond. Yet even as the executions continued, doubts began to emerge. The afflicted girls began accusing increasingly prominent individuals, including the wife of Governor Phipps himself. This overreaching contributed to growing skepticism. More significantly, those who confessed to witchcraft were spared execution, while those who maintained their innocence died, creating a perverse incentive system that troubled many observers. Increase Mather, one of New England's leading ministers, published Cases of Conscience, arguing against the use of spectral evidence. Governor Phipps, returning from military campaigns against the French and their Native American allies, was alarmed by the situation that had developed in his absence. On October 12, 1692, he ordered that no more arrests be made for witchcraft. On October 29th, he dissolved the court of Oyer and Terminer, effectively ending the trials. Cases of those still in jail would be transferred to a new superior court of judicature, which would not accept spectral evidence. Without this crucial tool, convictions became nearly impossible to secure. In May 1693, Governor Phipps pardoned all remaining prisoners accused of witchcraft. The jails emptied gradually as families paid the necessary fees for their relatives' release, fees that covered the prisoners' food, lodging, and even the chains used to bind them. Some families had been financially ruined by these costs, selling homes and land to free their loved ones. Others returned to communities that remained suspicious of them, their reputations permanently damaged by the accusations, regardless of legal exoneration. The aftermath brought painful reckonings. Judge Samuel Sewall publicly apologized in 1697, standing in the South Church while his confession was read, acknowledging the blame and shame of his role in the trials. Others never expressed remorse. Ann Putnam, Jr., one of the primary accusers, offered a public apology in 1706, claiming she had been deluded by Satan. The Massachusetts legislature passed a bill in 1711 restoring the good names of those accused and providing compensation to their heirs, though the amounts could never address the true losses suffered. Salem's witch trials left an indelible mark on American legal thinking. The dangers of spectral evidence and forced confessions became cautionary tales for later jurists. The trials influenced the development of due process concepts and the right to legal representation. Most fundamentally, they demonstrated the dangers of allowing religious fervor to dominate judicial proceedings. The presumption of innocence, cross-examination of witnesses, and rules of evidence all gained importance in American jurisprudence, partly as a response to the excesses of Salem. The psychological and social factors that enabled the witch hunt have been analyzed by generations of scholars. Economic tensions between Salem village and the more prosperous Salem town created fertile ground for suspicion. Ongoing frontier wars with Native Americans and the French generated pervasive anxiety. Family feuds and property disputes found expression through accusations. Religious beliefs regarding the devil's active presence in the world provided the conceptual framework that made witchcraft a plausible explanation for misfortune. For the families of the accused, justice remained elusive. Elizabeth Johnson, Jr., convicted but not executed, was legally exonerated only in 2022 after middle school students researched her case and advocated for her pardon through the Massachusetts legislature. Giles Corey, pressed to death with stones for refusing to enter a plea, was never officially exonerated. The sites associated with the trials have been subject to dispute and development, with Gallows Hill's exact location debated by historians and archaeologists for centuries. Salem itself has developed a complex relationship with its history. The witch trials have become both a solemn historical lesson and a commercial enterprise. Museums, monuments, and annual Halloween celebrations attract tourists from around the world. Yet many descendants of the accused and the accusers still live in the region, carrying family stories passed down through generations. For them, the trials are not distant history, but a painful chapter in their family narratives, a reminder of how quickly justice can become injustice when fear overwhelms reason. In his personal accounts, Marco expressed particular fascination with the city of Hangzhou, which he claimed was the finest and most splendid city in the world. Located near the eastern coast, this bustling metropolis contained over 1 million inhabitants, a population density unheard of in Europe at the time. The city's lake, lined with gardens and pleasure pavilions, provided recreation for all social classes. Marco noted the cleanliness of the streets, the sophisticated urban planning, and the abundance of bridges spanning the city's many canals. The restaurants, tea houses, and markets operated at all hours, creating a vibrant urban culture. While serving in the imperial administration, Marco developed a deep appreciation for Chinese arts and culture. He observed scholars practicing calligraphy, carefully forming each character with practiced brushstrokes. The philosophical traditions of Confucianism, with its emphasis on social harmony and proper relationships, contrasted with European feudal structures. Buddhist temples, with their massive golden statues and chanting monks, offered spiritual practices entirely different from Christian worship. These cultural observations would form a significant portion of his later writings, introducing Europeans to worldviews they had never before encountered. The technological innovations Marco witnessed extended to warfare as well. The Mongol army, already formidable due to its superior horsemanship and tactical brilliance, had incorporated Chinese military technologies that made it nearly invincible. Explosive powder weapons, including early forms of cannons, provided devastating advantages on the battlefield. Marco documented these closely, though his European readers would later dismiss such accounts as fantasy. The imperial armories also produced crossbows of remarkable power and precision, capable of piercing armor at considerable distances. Marco's service to the Khan was not without personal challenges. Despite his elevated status, he remained an outsider in many respects. The complex social hierarchies of Chinese society and the court intrigues required constant vigilance. Some native officials resented the favor shown to foreign advisors, viewing Marco and others like him with suspicion. The linguistic barriers, despite Marco's facility with languages, sometimes led to misunderstandings that could prove politically dangerous. Yet, through careful observation and adaptation, he managed to navigate these complexities successfully for nearly 2 decades. The seasons passed into years as Marco continued his service to the great Khan. His father, Nikola, and Uncle Maffeo, who had initially brought him to the Mongol Empire, grew increasingly anxious to return home to Venice. They had accumulated considerable wealth through trade and imperial favor, but worried about their extended absence from their homeland. For Marco, however, the wonders of Cathay continued to fascinate, and he showed little inclination to leave his privileged position. The Khan himself seemed reluctant to part with his valued foreign advisor, repeatedly refusing requests from the Polos to return to their homeland. The opportunity for departure finally presented itself through an unexpected diplomatic assignment. A Mongol princess named Kokachin required escort to Persia, where she was to marry the Ilkhan Arghun, ruler of the Mongol territories in the Middle East. The sea journey was considered safer than the overland route, which had grown increasingly dangerous due to conflicts between Mongol factions. The Khan, trusting the Polos' maritime knowledge from their Mediterranean backgrounds, appointed them as the princess's official escorts. After 17 years in the Khan's service, Marco would finally begin his journey home. The sea voyage proved perilous, with storms and disease claiming many lives among their party. Of the 600 passengers who departed from the port of Quanzhou, only 18 survived to reach their destination in Hormuz. The Polos successfully delivered Princess Kokachin to the Persian court, fulfilling their final duty to Kublai Khan. From Persia, they continued westward, following ancient trade routes through Armenia and Constantinople, before finally arriving in Venice in 1295, 24 years after their departure. The 3 travelers, transformed by their experiences, barely resembled the Venetian merchants who had left a generation earlier. Upon returning to Venice, Marco found himself involved in the conflict between his home city and its rival Genoa. Captured during a naval battle in 1298, he was imprisoned in a Genoese jail. This misfortune led to one of history's most fortunate collaborations. Marco's cellmate was Rustichello of Pisa, a writer of romantic tales. To pass the long hours of captivity, Marco recounted his extraordinary adventures in the East, while Rustichello recorded and embellished these accounts. The result was Il Milione, later known in English as The Travels of Marco Polo, a work that would profoundly impact European perceptions of Asia. Initially, many readers dismissed Marco's accounts as mere invention, earning him the nickname Marco Milione, Marco of the Million Lies. The descriptions of vast cities, paper money, and coal burning seemed too fantastic to be true. Yet, over time, as more Europeans ventured eastward, the accuracy of many of his observations was confirmed. His detailed accounts of Asian geography, customs, and resources influenced generations of explorers, including Christopher Columbus, who carried a copy of Marco's book during his voyages, seeking a western route to the lands Marco had described from the east. The greatest legacy of Marco's service to the Khan was perhaps the cultural bridge he created between East and West. His detailed descriptions of Chinese technological innovations eventually stimulated European adoption of printing, paper money, and improved navigational techniques. The Silk Road trade routes he documented in unprecedented detail expanded commercial networks between Europe and Asia. While Marco himself returned to Venice and lived as a merchant until his death in 1324, his experiences in the service of Kublai Khan continued to reverberate through history, gradually transforming Europe's understanding of the broader world beyond its shores. On his deathbed, when urged by visitors to recant the supposed exaggerations in his book, Marco allegedly replied, "I have not told half of what I saw." This final statement perhaps best encapsulates both the extraordinary nature of his experiences and the limitations of medieval Europe's ability to comprehend the advanced civilization he had witnessed. The young Venetian, who had entered the Khan service as a curious traveler, had returned as a cultural ambassador, whose observations would continue to influence East-West relations for centuries to come, even as he himself drifted into legend. The Salem Witch Trials, Shadows over Salem. In the sheltered enclave of Salem Village, Massachusetts, the year 1692 dawned with little indication of the darkness about to consume the community. The settlement, nestled amidst the dense forests of New England, had existed in relative peace since its establishment. The villagers led lives dictated by the strict moral code of Puritanism, their days organized around agricultural labor, prayer, and communal obligations. The meeting house stood as the physical and spiritual center of Salem, a stark wooden structure where the residents gathered weekly to hear Reverend Samuel Parris deliver his fervent sermons on sin and salvation. Winter had settled heavily over Salem Village that year. Snow blanketed the dormant fields, and families huddled around hearths in their timber-framed homes, conserving precious firewood. The Puritans viewed winter not merely as a season of physical hardship, but as a spiritual metaphor, a time when the darkness of human nature became more apparent, when the battle against sin required greater vigilance. The shortened days and long nights created an atmosphere where stories thrived, where whispered fears could take root in the collective imagination of a community perpetually concerned with the state of their souls. The Puritan world of Massachusetts Bay Colony operated under a theological framework that acknowledged the constant, active presence of the supernatural. To these serious-minded colonists, Satan was not an abstract concept, but a tangible adversary who worked tirelessly to corrupt God's people. The wilderness surrounding their settlements represented more than untamed nature. It symbolized spiritual darkness where indigenous peoples, viewed as potential agents of the devil, conducted what the Puritans perceived as heathen rituals. The forest loomed in the Puritan consciousness as a realm where temptation and spiritual danger lurked. Life in Salem Village unfolded against a backdrop of tensions more earthly than spiritual. The community had split into factions divided by disputes over property lines, grazing rights, and the appropriate role of commerce in their society. The Porter faction, associated with Salem town and its increasing commercial interests, stood against the Putnam faction, which represented the more traditional agricultural values of the village. Reverend Parris, relatively new to his position, struggled to navigate these divisions while maintaining his authority over his congregation. The Parris household contained within it the first sparks of what would become a conflagration. Samuel Parris had brought with him to Salem an enslaved woman named Tituba, acquired during his time in Barbados. She occasionally entertained his daughter Betty, age 9, and his niece, Abigail Williams, age 11, with stories that likely blended Caribbean folklore with elements adapted to interest the Puritan children. These tales, innocent as they may have been in intent, contained descriptions of divination and fortune-telling strictly forbidden in Puritan society. During January 1692, Betty Parris began exhibiting troubling behaviors that defied explanation within the medical understanding of the time. She experienced violent contortions, uttered strange sounds, and complained of being pinched and pricked by invisible tormentors. Abigail Williams soon developed similar symptoms. Their behavior, crawling under furniture, assuming unusual postures, speaking incomprehensible phrases, alarmed their family and neighbors. The local physician, William Griggs, examined the girls and finding no physical cause for their afflictions, pronounced what many already feared. The girls were under the influence of the evil hand. The diagnosis of witchcraft provided a framework that made sense within the Puritan worldview. If Satan actively sought the destruction of godly communities, and if the wilderness harbored his agents, then Salem's troubles could be understood as a spiritual assault. As the village grappled with the implications, other young women began exhibiting similar symptoms: Ann Putnam Jr., Elizabeth Hubbard, Mary Walcott, and Mercy Lewis. Each new case reinforced the growing conviction that dark forces had targeted their community, and a desperate search began for those who might be serving as the devil's instruments. The first accusations emerged in February, directed at individuals who occupied marginalized positions in Salem society. Tituba, already viewed with suspicion due to her ethnic background and enslaved status, became a primary suspect. Sarah Good, an impoverished beggar known for muttering to herself, and Sarah Osborne, an elderly woman who had scandalized the community by failing to attend a meeting regularly and by marrying her indentured servant, completed the initial trio of accused. Each represented some deviation from the Puritan social ideal: the foreign servant, the disruptive beggar, the unconventional widow. On February 29th, warrants were issued for the arrest of Tituba, Sarah Good, and Sarah Osborne. They faced examination before local magistrates John Hathorne and Jonathan Corwin in the Salem Village Meeting House. The proceedings bore little resemblance to modern judicial hearings. The accused had no legal representation, confronted their accusers directly, and faced rapid-fire questioning designed to elicit confessions rather than determine truth. The questions themselves presumed guilt. Why do you hurt these children? What covenant have you made with the devil? Sarah Good maintained her innocence despite intense pressure, declaring that she served God, not Satan. Sarah Osborne similarly denied any involvement with witchcraft. But Tituba, perhaps recognizing the hopelessness of her position or genuinely believing in some form of magical practice from her Caribbean background, provided what the magistrates sought: a confession. She described meeting with the devil, who appeared sometimes as a man in black, sometimes as animal forms. She spoke of signing his book and of flying through the night on a pole to attend witch meetings. Tituba's confession transformed the proceedings from an investigation into 3 suspicious individuals into something far more terrifying: the uncovering of an extensive witch conspiracy threatening the entire community. Most alarmingly, she claimed to have seen 9 other persons from Salem engaged in witchcraft alongside her, though she initially named none of them. The specter of unnamed witches walking freely among them sent waves of fear through Salem village. If Satan had recruited multiple agents from within their godly community, no one could be considered above suspicion. As March progressed, the circle of accusations widened dramatically. Martha Corey, a full church member, found herself accused despite her respected position. When she expressed skepticism about the allegations, this itself became evidence of her guilt. Rebecca Nurse, an elderly woman known for her piety, was similarly accused. The targeting of such outwardly godly individuals suggested that Satan's corruption ran deeper than initially feared. If even church members could secretly serve the devil, the entire foundation of their community seemed threatened. The legal apparatus of colonial Massachusetts struggled to address the mounting crisis. More arrests followed as the afflicted girls continued to identify witches in their midst. The jails began to fill with accused individuals awaiting trial. Governor Sir William Phips, newly arrived from England, established a special court of oyer and terminer in May to hear the witchcraft cases. The court consisted of prominent colonial officials including Samuel Sewall, John Hathorne, and William Stoughton, who would serve as chief magistrate. Central to the legal proceedings was the concept of spectral evidence, testimony that the accused's shape or specter appeared to the afflicted and tormented them. According to Puritan belief, the devil could not assume the shape of an innocent person without God's permission, which God would not grant. Therefore, if witnesses claimed to see someone's specter afflicting them, this constituted evidence that the accused had willingly entered the devil's service. This theological understanding allowed accusations based entirely on subjective visions that only the accusers could perceive. The afflicted girls developed a repertoire of behaviors that manifested during examinations and later trials. When an accused witch was brought before them, they often fell into fits, screaming that the person's specter was attacking them. If the accused made gestures, the girls mimicked them, claiming they were being controlled. They reported seeing familiar spirits, cats, birds, or other animals, accompanying the accused, serving as demonic helpers. These dramatic performances proved compelling to observers already primed to believe in active demonic influence. Throughout the spring, community dynamics shaped the pattern of accusations. Those with connections to the church-supporting Putnam family were significantly more likely to become accusers, while those associated with the merchant-aligned Porter faction faced higher risks of being accused. Long-standing property disputes, inheritances contested across family lines, and old grudges seemed to influence who pointed fingers and who stood accused. The witch trials provided a supernatural framework through which existing social tensions expressed themselves. The accused individuals represented a cross-section of colonial society. While many early targets were marginalized figures, the poor, the elderly, those with questionable reputations, as the trials progressed, accusations reached people of higher social standing. Women constituted the majority of the accused, reflecting Puritan beliefs about female susceptibility to the devil's influence, but men increasingly faced allegations as well. Even children as young as 4-year-old Dorothy Good, Sarah's daughter, found themselves implicated in the expanding witch panic. The examination process itself created tremendous psychological pressure. Magistrates questioned the accused for hours, expecting confessions. Those who maintained their innocence faced increasingly hostile interrogation. Many were kept in chains and miserable jail conditions while awaiting trial. Some, exhausted by the ordeal, eventually confessed to imaginary crimes, providing elaborate details of witch meetings, signing the devil's book, and malefic magic, details likely influenced by leading questions and the confessions they had heard from others. By early summer, the trials themselves began at the court of oyer and terminer. These proceedings differed significantly from modern courts. judges actively questioned witnesses and the accused, rather than serving as impartial arbiters. The accused had no legal representation. Spectral evidence featured prominently, alongside testimony about misfortunes blamed on the accused, illnesses, crop failures, and the livestock deaths that had occurred months or even years earlier. Community members came forward with long lists of grievances now reinterpreted as evidence of witchcraft. Justice and reconciliation. The summer of 1692 in Salem village saw the establishment of a special court, the Court of Oyer and Terminer, created specifically to hear the mounting witchcraft cases that threatened to overwhelm the colonial justice system. Governor William Phipps appointed this extraordinary judicial body, with William Stoughton serving as chief magistrate. The court began its solemn proceedings in early June, bringing together a collection of respected magistrates and judges who would determine the fate of the accused. This marked a formalization of the legal process that had begun as informal hearings in local taverns and meeting houses. The courtroom itself was a simple affair, housed in the Salem town courthouse. Wooden benches lined the room where spectators gathered to witness the proceedings. At the front, a raised platform held the judge's bench, a heavy wooden structure that emphasized their authority. The accused stood before this bench without counsel to face their accusers and the questions of the magistrates. Windows allowed dappled sunlight to illuminate the proceedings, though many reported that the room maintained a perpetual gloom regardless of the weather outside. The atmosphere was charged with tension and fear. The court developed distinctive methods for investigating witchcraft accusations, drawing on European precedents but adapting them to colonial circumstances. Physical examinations became routine, with court-appointed physicians searching the bodies of the accused for witches' marks, any unusual blemish, mole, or skin tag that might indicate a covenant with the devil. These examinations were conducted with clinical detachment, often in the presence of witnesses, as the physicians prodded and inspected every inch of the accused's body. The humiliation of such examinations was itself a punishment, occurring before guilt had been established. Spectral evidence formed the cornerstone of most prosecutions. The afflicted girls claimed they could see the specters or spirits of the accused tormenting them, even when the accused were physically present in the courtroom. These spectral attacks took various forms: pinching, biting, choking, with the girls demonstrating their torment through dramatic fits and contortions. The judges accepted this evidence despite its invisible nature, reasoning that the devil could not use a person's likeness without their consent. Thus, the appearance of a specter was considered proof of a diabolic pact. Touch tests became another method of confirmation. When an afflicted person was touched by their alleged tormentor, their fits would immediately cease. This was interpreted as proof of guilt, as the malevolent power supposedly flowed back into the witch upon physical contact. During court sessions, the afflicted would be brought forward, writhing and screaming, only to fall suddenly silent when touched by the accused. The courtroom would grow still at these moments, watching the transformation with a mixture of fear and grim satisfaction. Confession was actively sought by the court, seen as both irrefutable proof and spiritual redemption. While physical torture was not employed as it had been in European witch trials, psychological pressure was immense. The accused were often kept in chains in cold, cramped cells with minimal food. Sleep deprivation and isolation wore down their resistance. Ministers visited regularly, urging confession as the only path to salvation. Many confessed simply to end their suffering, providing elaborate details of their supposed covenant with Satan to satisfy their interrogators. These confessions followed recognizable patterns, reflecting the Puritan understanding of diabolism. The accused would describe a man in black approaching them, sometimes appearing as a distinguished gentleman, other times as a small, dark man, or even as a black dog. They would recount signing the devil's book with their own blood, receiving a mark, and participating in night meetings in the woods where they flew through the air to attend witches' sabbaths. These confessions built upon one another, each new account incorporating elements from previous ones, creating an increasingly elaborate narrative of witchcraft in Salem. The accused, who maintained their innocence, faced trial before the court. These proceedings bore little resemblance to modern concepts of fair trial. The accused had no legal representation. They could not call witnesses in their defense until later in the trials. And even then, those who testified on behalf of the accused risked becoming suspects themselves. The judges actively participated in the questioning, often leading witnesses toward incriminating statements. Spectators were permitted to shout accusations and observations from the gallery, creating a chaotic atmosphere that further disadvantaged the defendants. Religious elements permeated the proceedings. The court sessions opened with prayer, and ministers were present to offer spiritual guidance. The very concept of witchcraft was understood primarily as a religious crime, a covenant with Satan that represented the ultimate betrayal of God. Defendants were questioned about their religious practices, with irregular church attendance or failure to have children baptized viewed with suspicion. Even the method of prayer could be scrutinized, as when Sarah Good was unable to perfectly recite the Lord's Prayer, considered proof of her guilt, as witches were believed incapable of such holy utterances. The first person to face formal trial was Bridget Bishop, a middle-aged woman known for her unconventional lifestyle. Her trial on June 2nd established the pattern for those that would follow. Witnesses recounted arguments with Bishop, followed by mysterious ailments. The afflicted girls demonstrated their torments in the courtroom. Physical evidence was presented. Puppets, small dolls, found in the walls of her cellar with pins stuck in them. Bishop maintained her innocence throughout, but the verdict was predetermined. She was convicted and sentenced to death by hanging. Bishop's execution took place on June 10, 1692, at a site that would become known as Gallows Hill. The hill stood on the outskirts of Salem town, a barren, rocky slope where a sturdy oak tree served as the gallows. The condemned were transported by cart from the jail, sometimes through jeering crowds. At the execution site, ministers offered last opportunities for confession, promising spiritual redemption even at this late hour. Bishop maintained her innocence to the end. The hangman adjusted the noose, the cart was pulled away, and Bridget Bishop became the first official victim of the Salem witch trials. The pace of trials and executions accelerated through the summer months. On July 19th, 5 women were hanged together: Sarah Good, Elizabeth Howe, Susanna Martin, Sarah Wilds, and Rebecca Nurse. Rebecca Nurse's case particularly troubled the community. An elderly woman of impeccable religious character, her initial acquittal was overturned after the afflicted girls fell into fits upon hearing the verdict. Good went to her death cursing Reverend Nicholas Noyes, who had pressed for her confession, "If I am a witch, then he is a wizard, and if I deserve to die, then so does he." August brought more executions. On August 19th, George Burroughs, a former minister of Salem Village, was hanged alongside John Proctor, George Jacobs Sr., John Willard, and Martha Carrier. Burroughs recited the Lord's Prayer perfectly on the gallows, creating momentary doubt among the spectators, as it was believed no witch could do so. Cotton Mather, watching from horseback, quickly dispersed the crowd's uncertainty, reminding them that the devil often gave supernatural abilities to his followers to deceive the faithful. The executions continued. September 19th saw the hanging of 8 more victims: Martha Corey, Mary Easty, Alice Parker, Ann Pudeater, Margaret Scott, Wilmot Redd, Samuel Wardwell, and Mary Parker. By this time, the jails in Salem, Boston, and Ipswich were overflowing with the accused. The court had convicted 27 people of witchcraft, 19 of whom had been executed. Hundreds more awaited examination or trial. The machinery of accusation and prosecution seemed unstoppable, reaching into every corner of Essex County and beyond. Yet, even as the executions continued, doubts began to emerge. The afflicted girls began accusing increasingly prominent individuals, including the wife of Governor Phipps himself. This overreaching contributed to growing skepticism. More significantly, those who confessed to witchcraft were spared execution, while those who maintained their innocence died, creating a perverse incentive system that troubled many observers. Increase Mather, one of New England's leading ministers, published Cases of Conscience, arguing against the use of spectral evidence. Governor Phipps, returning from military campaigns against the French and their Native American allies, was alarmed by the situation that had developed in his absence. On October 12, 1692, he ordered that no more arrests be made for witchcraft. On October 29th, he dissolved the Court of Oyer and Terminer, effectively ending the trials. Cases of those still in jail would be transferred to a new Superior Court of Judicature, which would not accept spectral evidence. Without this crucial tool, convictions became nearly impossible to secure. In May 1693, Governor Phipps pardoned all remaining prisoners accused of witchcraft. The jails emptied gradually as families paid the necessary fees for their relatives' release, fees that covered the prisoners' food, lodging, and even the chains used to bind them. Some families had been financially ruined by these costs, selling homes and land to free their loved ones. Others returned to communities that remained suspicious of them, their reputations permanently damaged by the accusations, regardless of legal exoneration. The aftermath brought painful reckonings. Judge Samuel Sewall publicly apologized in 1697, standing in the South Church while his confession was read, acknowledging the blame and shame of his role in the trials. Others never expressed remorse. Ann Putnam, Jr., one of the primary accusers, offered a public apology in 1706, claiming she had been deluded by Satan. The Massachusetts legislature passed a bill in 1711 restoring the good names of those accused and providing compensation to their heirs, though the amounts could never address the true losses suffered. Salem's witch trials left an indelible mark on American legal thinking. The dangers of spectral evidence and forced confessions became cautionary tales for later jurists. The trials influenced the development of due process concepts and the right to legal representation. Most fundamentally, they demonstrated the dangers of allowing religious fervor to dominate judicial proceedings. The presumption of innocence, cross-examination of witnesses, and rules of evidence all gained importance in American jurisprudence, partly as a response to the excesses of Salem. The psychological and social factors that enabled the witch hunt have been analyzed by generations of scholars. Economic tensions between Salem village and the more prosperous Salem town created fertile ground for suspicion. Ongoing frontier wars with Native Americans and the French generated pervasive anxiety. Family feuds and property disputes found expression through accusations. Religious beliefs regarding the devil's active presence in the world provided the conceptual framework that made witchcraft a plausible explanation for misfortune. For the families of the accused, justice remained elusive. Elizabeth Johnson, Jr., convicted but not executed, was legally exonerated only in 2022 after middle school students researched her case and advocated for her pardon through the Massachusetts legislature. Giles Corey, pressed to death with stones for refusing to enter a plea, was never officially exonerated. The sites associated with the trials have been subject to dispute and development, with Gallows Hill's exact location debated by historians and archaeologists for centuries. Salem itself has developed a complex relationship with its history. The witch trials have become both a solemn historical lesson and a commercial enterprise. Museums, monuments, and annual Halloween celebrations attract tourists from around the world. Yet many descendants of the accused and the accusers still live in the region, carrying family stories passed down through generations. For them, the trials are not distant history, but a painful chapter in their family narratives, a reminder of how quickly justice can become injustice when fear overwhelms reason. Catherine the Great's Russia, the German princess. In the autumn of 1728, a daughter was born to a minor German prince in the Baltic region of Prussia. The infant, christened Sophie Friederike Augusta von Anhalt-Zerbst, entered a world of modest aristocratic privilege far removed from the vast empire she would one day rule. The family's ancestral home, though comfortable, held little hint of imperial grandeur. Cold winds swept across the northern German plains, bringing the scent of the Baltic Sea to the young girl's nursery. Her father, Prince Christian August, served as a Prussian general, a man of military bearing and limited ambition, who instilled in his daughter a sense of duty and discipline from an early age. The young Sophie's childhood unfolded in the orderly fashion typical of German aristocratic households. Her mother, Johanna Elizabeth of Holstein-Gottorp, maintained strict supervision over her daughter's upbringing, emphasizing the qualities that would make her a suitable marriage prospect: posture, dancing, conversation, and above all, obedience. The girl's education, while more substantial than many of her female contemporaries received, focused primarily on the social graces rather than intellectual pursuits. Nevertheless, Sophie demonstrated an early aptitude for languages, mastering French, the lingua franca of European courts, alongside her native German. As Sophie blossomed into adolescence, the political chessboard of Europe was being rearranged. The Russian Empire, having emerged as a major power under Peter the Great, sought alliances with the German principalities to strengthen its position against rivals. Empress Elizabeth of Russia, daughter of Peter the Great, having no children of her own, had named her nephew, Karl Peter Ulrich, as heir to the Russian throne. The young Duke of Holstein-Gottorp was Sophie's distant cousin, and as marriage plans were considered for the future emperor, the clever and presentable Sophie caught the attention of diplomatic matchmakers. In the winter of 1743, when Sophie was merely 14 years old, a letter arrived that would alter the trajectory of her life. Empress Elizabeth formally invited the young princess and her mother to the Russian court in St. Petersburg. Behind the cordial diplomatic language lay a clear purpose. Sophie was being evaluated as a potential bride for the heir to the Russian throne. The girl's mother, ambitious for her daughter and family, immediately began preparations for the journey, while Sophie herself absorbed the momentous news with a mixture of trepidation and excitement, sensing perhaps that destiny was calling her to something greater than her provincial German upbringing. The journey to Russia in early 1744 proved arduous for the German travelers. Winter snows blanketed the Baltic landscape as their carriage made its way eastward through Poland and into the Russian Empire. Sophie, though young, demonstrated remarkable fortitude during the difficult journey. Her first glimpses of the Russian countryside revealed a land of vast distances and harsh beauty, so different from the familiar, cultivated landscapes of her homeland. The endless forests, snow-covered plains, and isolated villages offered a stark introduction to the empire she would one day rule with such determination and vision. Upon arriving in Moscow, Sophie and her mother were received with elaborate ceremony at the winter residence of Empress Elizabeth. The Russian court presented a dazzling spectacle to the provincial German princess, a kaleidoscope of gold-encrusted uniforms, glittering jewels, and exotic customs. The Empress, still handsome and imposing in middle age, scrutinized the young girl with calculating eyes, searching for qualities that would make her suitable as the wife of Russia's future ruler. Sophie, understanding instinctively what was required, called upon her innate intelligence and charm to make a favorable impression on the formidable sovereign. The young Grand Duke Peter, to whom Sophie was being presented as a potential bride, proved disappointing upon their first meeting. Small of stature, Immature in manner and obsessed with military toys and Prussian drill customs, he showed little interest in his German cousin beyond superficial courtesy. Sophie, however, recognized the political importance of the match and set about making herself agreeable not only to her intended husband, but to the Empress and the Russian court as well. Her adaptability and political acumen, traits that would serve her well throughout her remarkable career, were already evident in the adolescent princess. Understanding that her future in Russia depended on complete assimilation, Sophie threw herself into the study of the Russian language with characteristic determination. Rising before dawn, she would pace barefoot on the cold floor of her chamber, memorizing vocabulary and grammar. The winter cold of St. Petersburg caused severe illness, bringing the young princess to the brink of death with pneumonia. When Empress Elizabeth visited her sickbed, Sophie's dedication became apparent. She had been studying Russian even while gravely ill. This demonstration of commitment to her adopted homeland deeply impressed the Empress, solidifying her approval of the match. The transformation of Sophie from German princess to Russian royalty was formalized on June 28, 1744, when she converted to Russian Orthodoxy. In a glittering ceremony at the imperial chapel, Sophie renounced her Lutheran faith and was baptized into the Orthodox Church, taking the name Ekaterina Alexeyevna, Catherine. The choice of name was significant, honoring both Catherine's fundretur and the wife of Peter the Great and Elizabeth's mother. With this symbolic act, Sophie ceased to exist. Catherine was born a Russian Grand Duchess with her feet firmly planted on the path to power. Her mother, having served her purpose in delivering her daughter to Russia, was soon dismissed back to Germany. The marriage between Catherine and the Grand Duke Peter took place on August 21st, 1745, amid the splendor and pageantry befitting the heir to the Russian throne. Catherine was 16 years old, her husband 17, both still children in many respects, though the young bride demonstrated a maturity and political awareness far beyond her years. The marriage, arranged for dynastic purposes, offered little personal happiness to either party. Peter made no secret of his preference for his mistresses and military drills, while Catherine found herself isolated in a foreign court, her worth measured primarily by her ability to produce an heir to continue the Romanov line. The early years of Catherine's marriage proved trying. While she worked diligently to perfect her Russian and understand the complexities of her adopted country, her husband retreated further into childish pursuits and excessive drinking. The couple's apartments in the various imperial palaces became separate worlds, Peter with his soldiers and dogs, Catherine increasingly turning to books and intellectual pursuits for solace. The Empress Elizabeth, concerned primarily with the succession, watched the young couple with growing impatience, awaiting the birth of an heir that would secure the dynasty's future. In this period of personal unhappiness, Catherine discovered the world of ideas that would shape her reign. Borrowing books from courtiers and diplomats, she immersed herself in the works of the French Enlightenment. Voltaire, Montesquieu, and Diderot became her companions in intellectual exploration. The young Grand Duchess devoted hours to reading history, philosophy, and political theory, developing a vision of enlightened monarchy that she would later attempt to implement. This self-education, pursued with characteristic thoroughness, prepared Catherine for rulership in ways that her formal education never could have. After years of waiting, Catherine finally fulfilled her dynastic duty by giving birth to a son, Paul, in 1754. The circumstances surrounding Paul's birth would later fuel speculation and court gossip, as rumors suggested that Peter was not the father. The Empress Elizabeth immediately took charge of the infant, removing him from Catherine's care in accordance with court tradition that placed the heir's upbringing under imperial supervision. For Catherine, the separation from her child represented another emotional deprivation in a life increasingly defined by political calculation rather than personal fulfillment. As the 1750s progressed, Catherine carefully cultivated relationships with influential figures at court and within the imperial guard regiments. Intelligent, charming, and increasingly sophisticated, she formed a circle of admirers and potential allies. While maintaining the outward appearance of a dutiful wife and Grand Duchess, she was preparing for a future in which her unstable husband might ascend to the throne. Catherine's political education continued through her correspondence with leading European intellectuals, particularly Voltaire, whose ideas on enlightened governance resonated with her ambitions for Russia. In December 1761, Empress Elizabeth died after a reign of 20 years, and the unpredictable, immature Peter ascended the throne as Emperor Peter III. Catherine's position became increasingly precarious as her husband made no secret of his contempt for her and his admiration for Russia's enemy, Frederick the Great of Prussia. Peter's first acts as emperor, withdrawing Russia from its successful war against Prussia and proposing radical reforms of the Orthodox Church, alienated key power bases within the Russian elite. His talk of divorcing Catherine and his public humiliation of her created an atmosphere of crisis at court. Peter's brief reign provided Catherine with the opportunity she had long anticipated. Working with her lover, Grigory Orlov, and his brothers, who commanded significant support within the elite guard regiments, she began to explore the possibility of seizing power. The emperor's increasingly erratic behavior, his preference for his Holstein German entourage over Russians, and his perceived betrayal of national interests created a climate receptive to change. When Catherine received word that Peter planned to have her arrested, she recognized that the moment for action had arrived. On June 28, 1762, exactly 18 years after her conversion to Orthodoxy, Catherine rode in uniform to the Ismailovsky Regiment barracks in St. Petersburg. Addressing the assembled guards, she presented herself as the defender of Russia against her husband's dangerous policies. The soldiers, already predisposed to support her, proclaimed her Empress Catherine II. The coup gained momentum as other regiments joined her cause, and by evening, Catherine had secured the capital without bloodshed. Peter, away at his residence in Oranienbaum, found himself isolated and abandoned by his supporters. The deposed emperor, recognizing the futility of resistance, abdicated without a struggle. He was taken into custody and transported to a country estate at Ropsha, where, under circumstances that remained controversial, he died just over a week later. The official explanation that Peter had succumbed to a hemorrhoidal colic fooled few, but the convenient death of the former emperor removed a significant obstacle to Catherine's rule. At 33 years of age, the German princess, who had arrived in Russia as a teenager, had orchestrated one of history's most successful political coups, transforming herself from vulnerable consort to autocratic ruler of the world's largest empire. The enlightened Empress, Catherine the Great, awoke each morning in the Winter Palace, her vast empire stretching before her like an unfinished canvas. The year was 1762, and Russia stood at the precipice of transformation. Having secured her position through the coup against her husband, Peter III, the German-born empress now faced the monumental task of governing the largest country on earth. She would approach this challenge not with the traditional iron fist of Russian autocracy alone, but with the enlightened ideals that had captured her brilliant mind through years of voracious reading and correspondence with Europe's greatest thinkers. The morning light filtered through the tall windows of her study as Catherine reviewed documents, sometimes working 16 hours a day. Her vision for Russia encompassed far more than simple administration. She sought nothing less than to elevate her adopted homeland into the ranks of Europe's most civilized nations. The path forward would require careful balance, maintaining her absolute authority while introducing reforms that would modernize Russian society, expand its borders, and foster a cultural renaissance that would echo through generations. She understood that great change required great patience, and she had the will to match her ambitions. Catherine's first priority was the reformation of Russia's chaotic legal system. In 1767, she convened the Legislative Commission, bringing together 564 delegates representing all classes except the serfs. The delegates gathered in Moscow amid great ceremony, tasked with creating a new legal code based on the Empress's nakaz, or instruction. This remarkable document, written largely by Catherine herself, incorporated principles from Montesquieu and Beccaria, advocating for equality before the law, proportional punishment, and the abolition of torture. The commission ultimately failed to produce a comprehensive code, but the nakaz itself stood as a testament to Catherine's enlightened vision. As delegates debated legal reform, Russia's administrative structure underwent significant transformation. Catherine divided the empire into 50 provinces, each with approximately 300,000 inhabitants. These provinces were further subdivided into districts, creating a more efficient framework for governance. Local nobles gained greater authority in regional administration through new institutions like the Assembly of the Nobility. Towns received charters, granting municipalities certain rights and establishing merchant guilds and town councils. This careful reorganization brought order to the sprawling empire, though the burden of implementation often fell to overworked provincial officials. The question of serfdom presented Catherine with her greatest contradiction. Though privately acknowledging the injustice of the institution, she recognized that her power depended upon the nobility who benefited from serf labor. Early in her reign, the Empress harbored hopes for gradual emancipation, but these aspirations would fade with time. Instead of abolition, she extended serfdom into Ukraine and granted over 1 million peasants to noble supporters. The conditions of serfs deteriorated so severely during her reign that in 1773 the empire erupted in violent rebellion under the leadership of Emelian Pugachev, a former military officer claiming to be Catherine's murdered husband. The Pugachev rebellion spread like wildfire across the Russian countryside, with thousands of peasants joining the pretenders' forces. Pugachev promised freedom from serfdom and taxation, attracting not only peasants but also religious minorities and industrial workers. The rebels captured several cities and executed hundreds of landowners before Catherine's forces finally suppressed the uprising. Pugachev was captured, brought to Moscow in an iron cage, and executed in January 1775. The rebellion profoundly affected Catherine, hardening her attitude toward reform and strengthening her alliance with the nobility as essential protectors of imperial stability. Beyond Russia's borders, Catherine pursued an ambitious foreign policy that significantly expanded the empire's territory and influence. Her greatest diplomatic triumph came in the south, where her forces engaged in 2 major wars against the Ottoman Empire. These conflicts, spanning from 1768 to 1774 and 1787 to 1792, resulted in Russia gaining control of the northern Black Sea coast and the Crimean Peninsula. Catherine's trusted advisor and former lover, Grigory Potemkin, oversaw the development of these newly acquired territories, founding the cities of Sevastopol, Simferopol, and Kherson, while encouraging Russian and foreign settlement in the region. The Mediterranean dream occupied Catherine's strategic thinking throughout her reign. She envisioned restoring the Byzantine Empire with her grandson, Constantine, on the throne at Constantinople. This Greek project never materialized, but it informed Russia's persistent pressure on Ottoman territories. In Poland, Catherine pursued a more successful expansionist policy, orchestrating 3 partitions in cooperation with Prussia and Austria. By the 3rd partition in 1795, Poland had vanished from the map entirely, with Russia incorporating vast territories with millions of new subjects, many of them Jews, who faced new restrictions under Russian rule. In St. Petersburg and Moscow, the Empress transformed Russia's cultural landscape through patronage of the arts, sciences, and education. She corresponded regularly with Voltaire and Diderot, supporting the French encyclopedists financially when their work faced censorship in France. Her personal art collection, acquired through agents across Europe, would form the foundation of the Hermitage Museum. Under her patronage, St. Petersburg became adorned with neoclassical architecture, including the granite embankments of the Neva River and the famous bronze horseman statue commemorating Peter the Great, symbolically connecting her reign to his foundational vision. Catherine recognized that education would be essential to creating the modern state she envisioned. In 1764, she established the Smolny Institute, Russia's first educational institution for women of noble birth. Her educational reforms extended to creating a Commission of National Schools in 1782, which established a network of primary and secondary schools in provincial capitals. Though these educational initiatives primarily benefited the upper classes, they represented a significant advance for Russia, introducing modern subjects and teaching methods based on Austrian models. By the end of her reign, Russia had 549 educational institutions with approximately 62,000 students. Scientific advancement flourished under Catherine's patronage. The Academy of Sciences received increased funding, while the Free Economic Society, founded in 1765, worked to improve agricultural methods throughout the empire. Catherine encouraged smallpox inoculation, even submitting to the procedure herself to set an example for her subjects. Her reign saw Russia participating more actively in the European scientific community, with expeditions mapping the empire's vast territories and cataloging its natural resources. This scientific development had practical applications in mining, metallurgy, and military technology, strengthening Russia's position as a European power. Russian literature experienced its first golden age during Catherine's reign. The Empress herself was a prolific writer, producing comedies, memoirs, and children's stories alongside her political treatises. She established Russia's first literary journal, All Sorts of Things, and encouraged the development of a distinctly Russian literary tradition. Writers like Gavrila Derzhavin and Denis von Wiesen created works that combined European forms with Russian themes. Nikolai Novikov, initially supported by Catherine, published satirical journals and established bookshops before eventually falling from favor due to his Masonic activities and criticism of serfdom. Catherine's most complex relationships were with her favorites, the succession of lovers who shared her bed and often her political power. These arrangements were semi-official at the Russian court, with each man receiving substantial gifts of money, serfs, and lands upon entering and leaving the Empress's favor. Grigory Orlov, instrumental in the coup that brought Catherine to power, remained influential for many years before being replaced by the ambitious and capable Potemkin. In her later years, Catherine chose increasingly younger men as companions, though they rarely gained significant political influence. These relationships became the source of scandalous rumors that would unfairly dominate her historical image. Religious policy during Catherine's reign reflected both her enlightened principles and practical political considerations. Though personally skeptical of religious orthodoxy, she presented herself as a defender of the Russian Orthodox Church. When she secularized church lands in 1764, bringing approximately 1 million peasants under state control, she established the Holy Synod to administer church affairs under government supervision. Catherine's annexation of Polish territories brought large numbers of Catholics and Jews into the empire, requiring new approaches to religious diversity. Her policy of religious tolerance extended to Muslims in the Crimea and to old believers who had faced severe persecution under previous rulers. By the 1790s, the winds of revolution sweeping through France caused Catherine to retreat from many of her earlier liberal positions. The execution of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette horrified the Empress, who ordered court mourning and banned French fashion. Books by Rousseau and other radical thinkers disappeared from libraries. Novikov was arrested and imprisoned, while Alexander Radishchev, whose journey from St. Petersburg to Moscow criticized serfdom and autocracy, was sentenced to Siberian exile. Catherine's final years saw her fighting against the very Enlightenment ideas that had once inspired her, fearing that revolutionary principles would undermine the stability of her empire. On the morning of November 17, 1796, Catherine suffered a stroke while in her bathroom. She lingered unconscious for hours before dying that evening without having named a successor. Her son Paul, with whom she had a strained relationship, ascended to the throne and immediately set about reversing many of her policies. Among his first acts was changing the succession law to prevent any future female rulers in Russia. Despite this attempt to diminish her legacy, Catherine's 34-year reign had transformed Russia irrevocably, increasing its territory, power, and cultural significance within Europe. Catherine's death marked the end of a remarkable era in Russian history. She had expanded Russia's borders to the Black Sea, incorporated millions of new subjects, reformed administration, fostered education, and presided over a cultural flowering. Yet her reign also witnessed the entrenchment of serfdom, brutal suppression of rebellion, and ultimately a retreat from the Enlightenment values she had once championed. This complex legacy has made Catherine a subject of endless historical debate, her achievements and contradictions reflecting the larger tensions within Russian civilization itself, between East and West, reform and tradition, liberation and control. The myths surrounding Catherine began even during her lifetime and multiplied after her death. The most notorious falsely claimed she died during an attempt at sexual relations with a horse. These salacious stories served to diminish her political accomplishments by reducing her to merely a woman of appetite rather than a skilled stateswoman. Historical evidence reveals Catherine as neither the enlightened saint of her own memoirs nor the depraved despot of hostile propaganda, but rather as an extraordinarily talented ruler navigating the constraints of her time with a remarkable, if inconsistent, vision. As night fell across St. Petersburg on the day of Catherine's funeral, the empire she had shaped stood as a testament to her ambition and capability. She had found Russia a backward state and left it a European power. In her personal notes, she once wrote that she wished to be remembered as someone who desired the good of her country and the happiness of her subjects. History would record a more nuanced verdict, acknowledging both her remarkable achievements and the profound limitations of enlightened absolutism. As winter snow covered the capital she had adorned, Russia prepared to face a new century without the German princess who had become its most consequential empress, the lost colony of Roanoke, England's American ambition. In the latter half of the 16th century, as the Tudor dynasty reached its zenith under the reign of Queen Elizabeth I, England began to cast its gaze across the vast Atlantic Ocean toward the mysterious continent of North America. The year was 1584, and the English had watched with mounting frustration as their rivals, the Spanish and Portuguese, amassed tremendous wealth from their New World colonies. The Spanish treasure fleet sailed regularly across the Atlantic, bringing silver, gold, and exotic goods that transformed the European balance of power. The English court buzzed with talk of opportunity and enterprise. This was the age of English sea dogs, men like Francis Drake and John Hawkins, who had proven their mettle by harassing Spanish shipping and demonstrating that English seamanship could challenge the mighty Spanish Empire. Amid this atmosphere of maritime ambition and national competition, One man emerged with a bold vision for establishing an English foothold in North America. His name was Walter Raleigh, a dashing courtier who had rapidly risen in Elizabeth's favor. Raleigh was born in Devon around 1552, the son of a gentleman farmer. Through a combination of education, charm, and military service, he had become one of the most influential men at court by the early 1580s. Tall, handsome, and possessed of a quick wit, Raleigh captured the imagination of the Queen. Though never formally her favorite in the romantic sense, his influence was considerable. When he proposed an expedition to establish an English colony in North America, Elizabeth proved receptive to his plans. The reasons for English colonial ambitions were manifold. Economic opportunity ranked highly. The promise of precious metals, valuable timber, and new agricultural products tantalized investors. There was also the prospect of finding the elusive Northwest Passage, a theoretical sea route to Asia that would break the Portuguese monopoly on the spice trade. Moreover, a North American colony could serve as a base for privateering operations against Spanish shipping in the Caribbean, striking at the economic heart of England's greatest rival. Religion, too, played its part in the colonial calculus. England had become a Protestant nation under Elizabeth, standing defiantly against Catholic Spain. The establishment of colonies offered an opportunity to spread the Protestant faith to new lands, countering Spanish Catholicism in the Americas. For Raleigh, who combined patriotism with entrepreneurial spirit, a North American colony represented a chance to serve crown and country while potentially securing his personal fortune and legacy. In April 1584, with letters patent from Queen Elizabeth authorizing him to claim land for England, Raleigh dispatched an exploratory expedition of 2 ships under the command of Philip Amadas and Arthur Barlow. These captains were instructed to find suitable sites for settlement along the North American coast. After crossing the Atlantic, they landed on Roanoke Island, situated in what is now North Carolina's Outer Banks, a chain of barrier islands separating the mainland from the open ocean. Amadas and Barlow were immediately impressed by what they found. The island was lush with cedar forests, wild grapes, and abundant game. The indigenous people they encountered, primarily of the Secatan and Croatoan tribes, part of the larger Algonquian linguistic group, initially welcomed the English visitors, exchanging goods and sharing food. The expedition spent several weeks exploring the region before returning to England with glowing reports of the land's fertility and promising resources. 2 Native Americans, Manteo and Wanchese, voluntarily accompanied the expedition back to England. Their presence caused a sensation in London, where they learned English and provided valuable information about their homeland. Manteo would later prove an essential ally to the English settlers, while Wanchese would become disillusioned and eventually hostile toward the colonization efforts. Their divergent responses foreshadowed the complex relationships that would develop between European settlers and indigenous peoples throughout American history. Raleigh, buoyed by the promising reports, named the new territory Virginia in honor of Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen. The name originally encompassed a much larger region than the modern state, extending from present-day South Carolina to Maine. With royal approval secure and investors interested, Raleigh turned his attention to organizing a proper colonial expedition. The Queen, though supportive, was unwilling to fund the venture directly. Like many colonial enterprises of the era, it would be a private investment scheme with royal blessing. In 1585, Raleigh dispatched a larger expedition comprising 7 ships and approximately 600 men under the leadership of his cousin, Sir Richard Grenville, a formidable naval commander. Among this group was John White, an artist and mapmaker whose detailed watercolors would provide invaluable visual documentation of the Roanoke region and its indigenous inhabitants. The expedition included soldiers, craftsmen, and other specialists deemed necessary for establishing a permanent settlement. Grenville's fleet arrived at Roanoke in June 1585, after a difficult Atlantic crossing. The expedition immediately set about constructing a fort and dwellings on the northern end of the island. Ralph Lane, a professional soldier, was appointed governor of the settlement. While Grenville returned to England for supplies, Lane was left with approximately 107 men to maintain the colony through the winter of 1585-86. No women or children were part of this initial settlement. It was essentially a military outpost rather than a self-sustaining community. Life at Roanoke quickly proved more challenging than anticipated. The settlers were largely dependent on the local Secatan people for food, having arrived too late in the season to plant crops. As autumn approached, relations with the indigenous population deteriorated. Cultural misunderstandings, English arrogance, and competition for resources led to increasing hostility. When a silver cup went missing, the English retaliated by burning a native village, an act that transformed uneasy coexistence into open enmity. The winter of 1585-86 tested the colonists severely. Food was scarce, and the men were unaccustomed to the work required for survival in a wilderness setting. Many had come expecting to find gold or other easily exploitable resources. Instead, they found themselves engaged in the grueling labor of constructing shelters, gathering food, and maintaining vigilance against potentially hostile neighbors. Disease and hunger took their toll on morale. By spring 1586, the colony was in a precarious state. The settlers, having alienated their indigenous neighbors through aggressive actions, faced increasing isolation. Governor Lane led explorations up the Roanoke and Chowan rivers, searching for better settlement sites or mineral resources, but found nothing to justify the colony's continuation. The men grew increasingly discouraged and homesick. When Sir Francis Drake arrived unexpectedly in June 1586, after a successful privateering expedition in the Caribbean, he found a colony on the brink of collapse. Drake offered the colonists passage back to England, which they eagerly accepted. Their departure was so hasty that they left behind several men who were away from the settlement at the time. This abrupt abandonment occurred only days before a supply ship sent by Raleigh arrived. When this ship found Roanoke deserted, its captain left behind a small contingent of 15 men to maintain an English presence before returning to England with the disappointing news. Back in England, Raleigh was dismayed, but not defeated by the colony's failure. He recognized that the military outpost model was unsuitable for permanent settlement. What was needed was a true community, families who would put down roots and build a society in the New World. He began planning a second attempt, this time focusing on agricultural development rather than military occupation or the elusive quest for precious metals that had driven much of the Spanish colonization. For his second colonial venture, Raleigh appointed John White as governor. White had been part of the previous expedition and had shown both leadership ability and genuine interest in the region. More importantly, White shared Raleigh's vision of a self-sustaining agricultural colony rather than a military outpost. The plan called for the establishment of the city of Raleigh somewhere in the Chesapeake Bay region, which explorers had identified as more suitable for settlement than Roanoke Island. In May 1587, 3 ships carrying 117 colonists departed from Plymouth, England. Unlike the previous expedition, this group included women and children, entire families committed to building a new life in Virginia. Among them was Eleanor White Dare, John White's daughter, who was pregnant, and her husband Ananias Dare. The presence of families represented a fundamental shift in colonization strategy, acknowledging that permanent settlement required the social structures and continuity that only family units could provide. The expedition reached the Caribbean in July, where they took on fresh water and supplies. Simon Fernandez, the Portuguese pilot guiding the fleet, then steered them northward toward the Chesapeake. However, when they stopped at Roanoke Island to check on the 15 men left behind from the previous expedition, Fernandez refused to take the colonists further north, insisting they establish their settlement on Roanoke instead. His motives remain unclear. Perhaps he was eager to resume privateering, or maybe the approaching hurricane season concerned him. The colonists found no trace of the 15 men left behind the previous year, only a skeleton that may have been the remains of one of them. Despite this ominous discovery and the fact that Roanoke was not their intended destination, the colonists began rebuilding the settlement abandoned by Lane's group. They arrived too late in the growing season to establish substantial crops, immediately creating food security challenges. Relations with the indigenous population remained tense, though Monotone, who had returned with the colonists, served as a valuable intermediary. On August 18, 1587, a notable event brightened the struggling colony's spirits. Eleanor Dare gave birth to a daughter who was named Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the Americas. 2 other women also gave birth in the colony's early weeks. These births symbolized the colony's purpose as a genuine settlement rather than a temporary outpost, but they also increased the community's vulnerability, as they now had infants to protect with limited resources in an uncertain environment. As summer turned to autumn, Governor White faced difficult decisions. The colony needed additional supplies, and someone needed to return to England to secure them. Though reluctant to leave his daughter, new granddaughter, and the other colonists, White agreed to make the journey. The colonists decided that if they needed to relocate before his return, they would carve their destination on a tree or post. If they left in distress, they would carve a cross above the name. White departed for England on August 27, 1587, expecting to return the following spring with fresh supplies and additional colonists. He left behind 115 people, including his family members, to continue building the settlement through the winter. What none of them could know was that events in Europe would prevent his swift return, and that the fate of the colony would become one of America's most enduring historical mysteries. The enduring mystery, as the warm summer sun descended behind the tree line of Roanoke Island in August 1590, John White's heart filled with anticipation. After 3 long years away from the colony he had established, the governor was finally returning to the settlement where he had left his daughter Eleanor, his son-in-law Ananias Dare, and his granddaughter Virginia, the first English child born in the Americas. His journey back to England for supplies had only meant to last a few months, but fate had intervened in the form of the Spanish Armada. Now, as his ship approached the familiar shoreline, White strained his eyes for signs of smoke from cooking fires or figures moving along the beach. The settlement appeared eerily still as White's landing party approached, where there should have been a bustling colony of 115 men, women, and children. There was only silence. The familiar structures still stood, but they had been carefully dismantled rather than destroyed by violence. No bodies littered the ground, no signs of struggle were evident. It was as if the colonists had simply packed their belongings and departed in an orderly fashion. White called out, his voice echoing across the abandoned settlement. Only the rustling of leaves and distant bird calls answered his increasingly desperate shouts. White had instructed the colonists that if they were forced to move, they should carve a Maltese cross on a tree or post to indicate they had left due to danger. No such cross was found. Instead, carved boldly into a post was a single word, Croatoan. On another tree, the letters Kuro had been etched, seemingly interrupted. The governor felt a surge of relief amidst his confusion. This was not an indication of disaster, but a message. Croatoan was the name of a nearby island, home to a Native American tribe led by Chief Monotone, who had been friendly to the English and had even traveled to London. The plan had been simple. White would return to England aboard one of Sir Walter Raleigh's supply ships to gather more provisions and additional colonists for the struggling settlement. The colony, established in 1587, was Raleigh's second attempt to plant an English foothold in the New World, located on the outer banks of what would later become North Carolina. Raleigh had obtained a patent from Queen Elizabeth I to colonize North America, seeing it as an opportunity to challenge Spanish dominance in the region and establish a base from which English privateers could raid Spanish treasure ships. White had intended to return within months, but events far beyond his control conspired against this plan. When he arrived in England in late 1587, he found a nation mobilizing for war. Intelligence had reached London that King Philip II of Spain was assembling a massive naval fleet, the Spanish Armada, with the intention of invading England, deposing the Protestant Queen Elizabeth, and returning the country to Catholicism. Every available ship was being commandeered for the defense of the realm. Despite White's desperate pleas, his return voyage was repeatedly postponed as maritime resources were directed toward the looming conflict. The Spanish Armada finally sailed in July 1588, and the subsequent naval battle in the English Channel resulted in a decisive victory for England. Yet even after this triumph, the return to Roanoke was delayed. England remained on a war footing, continuing naval operations against Spain. White's petitions to Sir Walter Raleigh and various government officials went unheeded. It was not until 1590 that he finally secured passage on a privateering expedition that agreed to stop at Roanoke along its journey to the Caribbean. By then, 3 years had passed since he had seen his family and fellow colonists. Upon discovering the abandoned settlement and the Croatoan carving, White's immediate desire was to sail to Croatoan Island, modern-day Hatteras Island, to search for the colonists. Nature, however, had other plans. A violent storm began brewing, threatening the ships. The captain, more interested in the privateering mission to the Caribbean than in searching for colonists, used the storm as justification to abandon the rescue attempt. Despite White's fervent protests, the ship set sail for England, leaving the fate of the colonists and White's family unresolved. White would never return to America, dying in England around 1593, never learning what became of his loved ones. The disappearance of these 115 English men, women, and children became known as the mystery of the lost colony, a haunting historical puzzle that has endured for over 4 centuries. The carving of Croatoan seemed to provide a clear indication of the colonists' destination, yet no definitive evidence of their assimilation with the Croatoan tribe has ever been conclusively established. The absence of the Maltese cross suggested the move was voluntary rather than forced, yet the subsequent vanishing of all 115 colonists from the historical record has fueled endless speculation and theories. One predominant theory suggests that the colonists did indeed relocate to Croatoan Island and integrated with the friendly Native American tribe there. Chief Manteo had been baptized and given the title of Lord of Roanoke by the English, creating a diplomatic bond between the two groups. When faced with dwindling supplies and no sign of White's return, moving to join Manteo's people would have been a logical decision for survival. Some historians point to later accounts from European explorers who reported seeing Native Americans with gray eyes or speaking English words as evidence of this assimilation. A second theory proposes that the colonists moved inland, possibly splitting into smaller groups that sought protection with various Native American tribes in the region. Archaeological evidence has offered tantalizing but inconclusive support for this hypothesis. Excavations at sites along the Chowan River and near the Chesapeake Bay have uncovered artifacts of European origin dating to the appropriate period. English-style housing foundations discovered at sites several miles inland from Roanoke have led some researchers to believe this might have been the colonists' destination after leaving their original settlement. A darker theory suggests that the colonists fell victim to hostile Native American tribes. The Roanoke colony had been established in a time of increasing tensions between European settlers and indigenous populations. The previous Roanoke expedition had ended poorly, with colonists attacking Native American villages after one of their silver cups went missing. This had created lasting animosity in the region. Some historians speculate that once White departed, retribution may have come to the colonists, though the orderly dismantling of the settlement and absence of violence markers argues against this explanation. The Spanish, England's primary rival in colonizing the Americas, have also been suggested as possible culprits in the colony's disappearance. Spanish authorities in Florida knew of the English settlement and viewed it as an encroachment on territory, they claimed. Historical records indicate that the Spanish did search for the English colony with the intention of destroying it, but reported finding no trace of the settlement when their expedition arrived. Whether this meant they arrived after the colonists had already relocated, or whether Spanish forces eliminated the colonists and concealed their actions, remains a matter of debate. Disease and natural disasters offer another potential explanation. The late 16th century saw a severe drought in the region, as confirmed by tree ring studies. This environmental stress would have made agriculture difficult and could have forced the colonists to abandon their settlement in search of more favorable conditions. Additionally, diseases brought by Europeans often devastated Native American populations. But the reverse was also possible, with colonists succumbing to local illnesses against which they had no immunity. Such natural causes might explain why the settlement appeared to be systematically abandoned rather than destroyed. Modern archaeological efforts have provided intriguing leads. Excavations on Hatteras Island have uncovered numerous artifacts of European origin mixed with Native American materials, suggesting some level of cultural integration. More recently, excavations at a site called Site X near Salmon Creek in Bertie County have revealed evidence of a small European presence dating to the appropriate time period. Researchers have also utilized advanced technologies, including ground-penetrating radar and magnetometry, to identify potential buried structures and artifacts without disturbing the soil. Perhaps the most compelling recent evidence comes from a map drawn by John White himself. Known as the Virginia Pars Map, it contains hidden markings that, when examined with modern technology, reveal what appears to be the location of a fort inland from Roanoke. This site, near the confluence of the Chowan River and Albemarle Sound, corresponds with an area where English-style artifacts have been discovered. Some researchers believe this indicates a planned relocation that the colonists implemented when White failed to return with supplies. Genetic research has offered another avenue of investigation. The Lost Colony of Roanoke DNA project has collected samples from families with oral histories, claiming descent from the lost colonists. Particular attention has focused on families along the North Carolina-Virginia border with surnames matching those of the Roanoke settlers. While this research remains ongoing and inconclusive, it represents a modern scientific approach to a centuries-old mystery, potentially connecting present-day individuals to those who seemingly vanished from history. Archaeological findings at multiple sites along the Albemarle Sound have yielded artifacts of distinctly European origin, dating to the late 16th century. Copper fittings identical to those used by Elizabethan English, sword hilts of English design, and ceramics consistent with those used by the colonists. These discoveries support the theory that, rather than meeting a catastrophic end, the colonists may have dispersed into smaller groups that integrated with different Native American communities, gradually losing their distinct English identity over generations while contributing European genetics and cultural elements to these indigenous populations. The most likely explanation, supported by the cumulative archaeological and historical evidence, suggests a pragmatic decision by the colonists, rather than a mysterious vanishing. Faced with dwindling supplies, no word from England, and an unfamiliar environment, the settlers appear to have made a rational choice to abandon their vulnerable position on Roanoke Island. They likely split into multiple groups, with some joining the friendly Croatoan tribe, as indicated by their carving, while others moved inland toward the Chesapeake Bay area, where the colony had originally been intended to settle. There, they formed smaller satellite communities that gradually assimilated with local populations. The fate of the Roanoke colonists resonates through American history as the first of many stories of European settlers confronting the harsh realities of the North American continent. Their disappearance represents a moment when the optimistic vision of English colonization collided with the practical challenges of survival in an unfamiliar land. While later English settlements at Jamestown and Plymouth would succeed, establishing the foundation for what would become the United States, the people of Roanoke hold a special place in the American origin story. Pioneers whose journey into mystery continues to captivate our imagination more than 4 centuries later. The brilliant immigrant in the soft glow of time, where history meets the dreamscape of inventive genius, we find ourselves drawn to the story of a man whose brilliance would forever change our world. Nikola Tesla, a name that echoes through the corridors of scientific achievement, began his journey far from the bustling streets of America, where he would later make his mark. His was a tale of vision and perseverance, of a mind that could see beyond the limitations of his era into a future powered by forces yet to be tamed. As we settle into this narrative, imagine the rolling landscapes of the Austrian Empire in the mid-19th century, where the story of our brilliant immigrant begins. Feel your breathing deepen as we explore the early life of a boy destined to harness lightning and challenge the very nature of electricity itself. The gentle rhythm of history unfolds before us, a lullaby of innovation and human potential that carries us through time. In the mountain village of Smiljan, located in what was then the Austrian Empire and is now modern-day Croatia, Nikola Tesla was born on a stormy night in July 1856. Lightning crashed outside the window as he entered the world, a fitting welcome for a child who would one day be known as the master of electricity. His father, Milutin, served as an Orthodox priest, a man of faith and letters whose sermons echoed through their small village church each Sunday. His mother, Juka, though lacking formal education, possessed remarkable memory and creative abilities, often crafting household tools and mechanical appliances without training. From her, young Nikola inherited an inventive spirit and dexterous fingers that could bring mental concepts into physical reality. She recited Serbian epic poems from memory, planting the seeds of linguistic ability that would serve Tesla well in his later travels. The Tesla household buzzed with intellectual energy despite its rural setting. Books lined the walls of their modest home, and discussions of philosophy, religion, and science filled the evening hours. Young Nikola absorbed this atmosphere of learning, his mind constantly turning with questions about the natural world. By candlelight, he pored over texts, his curiosity insatiable as the shadows danced across pages of knowledge. From his earliest years, Tesla displayed unusual sensitivities and mental abilities. Bright flashes of light would appear before his eyes, often accompanied by visions or powerful intuitions. These experiences, disconcerting to the boy, hinted at the unique neural architecture that enabled his later conceptual breakthroughs. He found he could visualize objects with extraordinary precision, eventually developing the ability to design entire machines in his mind before committing them to paper. The landscapes of his childhood, the forests, streams, and mountains of rural Croatia, provided a natural laboratory for his growing curiosity. He observed water turbines at local mills, studied the flight patterns of birds, and conducted simple experiments with whatever materials he could find. Nature became his first teacher, showing him principles of physics through everyday observations that would inform his thinking for decades to come. Tesla's formal education began in his village elementary school, where his mathematical abilities quickly set him apart from his peers. His teachers noticed the young boy could perform complex calculations in his head, often arriving at answers before they could work through the problems themselves. Despite this obvious gift, Tesla later recalled these early school years with mixed emotions, finding the rigid structure at odds with his natural learning style. At the age of 10, Tesla moved to Gospic for higher education, leaving behind the familiarity of Smiljan. The move broadened his horizons, but also introduced new challenges. In this larger town, Tesla encountered a more diverse curriculum, including physics and mathematics, taught at more advanced levels. The principles of electricity, still poorly understood in that era, particularly captivated the young student, who sensed intuitively that this mysterious force held untold potential. When Tesla was 14, tragedy struck the family. His older brother Dane, whom he deeply admired, died in a riding accident. The loss cast a shadow over the household and particularly affected young Nikola, who had looked up to his brother as a model of excellence. Some biographers suggest this profound loss intensified Tesla's drive to achieve greatness, perhaps in part to fulfill the promise that his brother could not. As Tesla progressed through adolescence, his father expected him to follow in his footsteps and enter the priesthood. The expectation weighed heavily on the young man, who felt drawn instead to the study of engineering and natural phenomena. This tension between paternal expectations and personal aspiration created a conflict that would not be easily resolved, adding emotional complexity to his intellectual development. In 1875, Tesla enrolled at the Austrian Polytechnic School in Graz, where he first encountered the direct current electrical systems that dominated the era. His professor demonstrated a Gramme dynamo operating as a motor, yet noted that the process was limited by troublesome sparking at the commutators. Tesla, watching intently, had a moment of insight. Could alternating current eliminate this limitation? The seed of his most significant contribution was planted. During his studies, Tesla established himself as a brilliant but somewhat unusual student. He worked with an intensity that worried his professors, often studying through the night and requiring little sleep. His ability to memorize entire books and visualize complex mathematical problems without writing them down seemed almost supernatural to his peers. Yet these same qualities set him apart socially, beginning a pattern of isolation that would follow him throughout life. Financial difficulties interrupted Tesla's formal education. Unable to secure a scholarship and, with his father, unable to support his studies, Tesla left without completing his degree. This setback led him to take a position in Maribor as a draftsman, where he worked diligently but felt his talents were being wasted on routine tasks. The gap between his intellectual capabilities and his daily work created a growing frustration in the young engineer. For a time, Tesla disappeared from his family's radar, causing great concern to his parents. He had fallen into a period of aimlessness and possibly depression, gambling, and drifting through southern Europe. This dark chapter ended when his father tracked him down and persuaded him to return to his studies, this time at Charles Ferdinand University in Prague. Though brief, this period of wandering shaped Tesla's understanding of human weakness and resilience. Tesla's unorthodox education continued in Budapest, where in 1881 he secured employment with the Central Telephone Exchange. Here he made his first practical improvements to electrical equipment, developing an amplifier. During walks through the city parks, Tesla continued to contemplate the problem of alternating current motors, which experts of the day considered impossible to create. Then, while recovering from illness, the solution came to him in a flash of insight. Walking with a friend in Budapest City Park at sunset, Tesla watched as the fading light painted the sky in brilliant colors. Suddenly, he grabbed a stick and began drawing diagrams in the dirt. The rotating magnetic field, the key to using alternating current effectively, had revealed itself to him in a moment of perfect clarity. He could see the entire system working in his mind, a breakthrough that would eventually transform how electricity powered the world. Tesla's vision of an alternating current motor required resources beyond what was available in Budapest. Seeking better opportunities, he moved to Paris in 1882 to work for the Continental Edison Company. There, he gained practical experience installing lighting systems across Europe, impressing managers with his tireless work ethic and innovative solutions to engineering problems. Yet he found little interest in his alternating current ideas from company leadership. In Paris, Tesla encountered Americans from Edison's company who spoke of the rapid industrial growth in the United States. They painted a picture of a land where new ideas found support and inventors could rise based on merit rather than background. For Tesla, who had experienced the limitations of European class structures, America represented the possibility of bringing his visions to life. The dream of crossing the Atlantic began to take shape. In 1884, Tesla made the momentous decision to immigrate to the United States. With little more than a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison and the clothes on his back, he embarked on the journey that would define his life's work. The crossing proved difficult, with his ticket and money stolen en route, forcing him to work passage for part of the journey. This inauspicious beginning did not dampen his determination to reach the land of opportunity. Upon arriving in New York, Tesla was struck by the energy and chaos of the growing metropolis. The city pulsed with immigrant communities, industrial development, and financial speculation, a world away from the villages of his youth. With his distinctive tall frame, formal European manners, and accented English, Tesla navigated this new landscape as an obvious outsider, yet one determined to make his mark on his adopted homeland. Visions of the future. In the dimming years of the 19th century and the dawning of the 20th, Nikola Tesla stood at the precipice of scientific revolution, his mind ablaze with visions of a world transformed by wireless energy. Having secured his place in history with the advancement of alternating current, Tesla now turned his genius toward even more ambitious endeavors. His laboratory, a sanctuary of innovation nestled within the bustling metropolis of New York, hummed with the promise of technologies yet to be born. Here, away from the prying eyes of competitors and skeptics, Tesla conceived of inventions that would not be fully understood or appreciated for generations to come. The reclusive inventor spent countless hours in solitude, his tall, gaunt figure moving methodically among his apparatus, often working through the night illuminated by the eerie glow of electrical discharges. He required little sleep, sustaining himself instead on the pure energy of intellectual discovery. With each passing year, Tesla's ambitions grew bolder, his experiments more daring, and his isolation more profound. He began to envision a world where energy flowed freely through the air itself, where communication traversed continents without wires, where the power of Niagara Falls could be harnessed and transmitted to the most remote corners of the globe. Tesla's pioneering work in the field of wireless transmission began in earnest after his successes with alternating current. The year 1891 found him presenting his theories on wireless phenomena to the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, demonstrating how electromagnetic waves might be used to transmit information and energy. His early experiments involved what he called his oscillator, a device capable of generating high-frequency alternating currents. With this apparatus, Tesla discovered he could illuminate vacuum tubes wirelessly, a phenomenon that left witnesses awestruck and skeptical contemporaries bewildered. By 1893, Tesla had formulated a comprehensive system for wireless transmission. In his laboratories, visitors witnessed lamps glowing without connecting wires, powered purely by electric fields permeating the room. The brilliant inventor would often demonstrate this phenomenon by holding phosphorescent bulbs that illuminated in his hand, seeming to draw power from the very air. These displays, while theatrical, represented genuine breakthroughs in understanding electromagnetic propagation. Tesla believed these experiments were merely the beginning, stepping stones toward his ultimate vision of worldwide wireless energy distribution. The culmination of Tesla's wireless ambitions manifested in the Wardenclyffe Tower project, begun in 1901 on Long Island. The tower rose 187 feet above the ground, topped with a massive copper dome that Tesla designed to transmit power across the Atlantic. Below ground stretched an elaborate network of tunnels housing electrical equipment. The inventor believed this marvel of engineering would be capable of broadcasting both communications and power wirelessly across vast distances. As workers constructed the imposing structure, Tesla could be seen pacing the grounds, his tall figure distinctive against the horizon, mind calculating adjustments and improvements. Wardenclyffe represented more than merely an experiment in wireless transmission. It embodied Tesla's humanitarian vision for free, universal energy. He imagined a world liberated from the constraints of wires and fuel, where energy would be as accessible as the air itself. J.P. Morgan initially funded the ambitious project, believing it would revolutionize wireless communication. However, when Tesla revealed his true intention to provide free energy to the world, Morgan withdrew his support. The financier famously questioned, "Where does the meter go?" The absence of a clear profit mechanism doomed the project in the eyes of potential investors. Financial troubles soon plagued the Wardenclyffe project. Construction costs mounted, and without Morgan's continued backing, Tesla struggled to maintain progress. The inventor, brilliant in technical matters but often naive in business affairs, found himself unable to secure additional funding. Work slowed and eventually halted altogether. By 1905, the project lay dormant, its ambitious creator still believing in its potential but powerless to bring it to fruition. The tower stood for years afterward, an incomplete monument to Tesla's unrealized vision, before being demolished in 1917. Its materials sold for scrap to pay the inventor's mounting debts. While the Wardenclyffe Tower never fulfilled its intended purpose, Tesla's work in wireless transmission laid critical groundwork for future innovations. His patents and theoretical framework influenced the development of radio communication, though credit for radio's invention would controversially go to Guglielmo Marconi. Even as his grand project failed, Tesla continued experimenting with wireless phenomena in his New York laboratory, refining his understanding of electromagnetic principles and developing improvements to existing technologies. His pioneering work would later be recognized as foundational to numerous fields, from telecommunications to modern power distribution systems. During these same productive years, Tesla made significant contributions to the nascent field of X-ray technology. Wilhelm Röntgen had discovered X-rays in 1895, but Tesla, working independently, had observed similar effects in his laboratory. When news of Röntgen's discovery reached him, Tesla immediately recognized the phenomenon and began his own investigations, producing some of the earliest X-ray images in America. His methodical experiments led to improvements in X-ray tube design and to crucial observations about the biological effects of radiation. Tesla noted the skin damage these rays could cause, providing early warnings about radiation hazards. Always pushing boundaries, Tesla ventured into the realm of remote control, demonstrating the world's first wirelessly controlled vessel in 1898. At Madison Square Garden, before an astonished audience, he unveiled a small boat that responded to radio signals, moving forward, backward, and turning on command without any visible connection to its operator. Spectators, unable to comprehend such technology, suggested variously that the boat contained a trained monkey who was controlled by telepathy or operated by magic. Tesla called his invention a teleautomaton and correctly predicted it would lead to remotely controlled machines of all kinds. This demonstration, while spectacular, represented merely the first step in Tesla's vision of automated machinery. He foresaw a future where remote control would enable dangerous work to be performed without human risk, where vehicles would navigate without drivers, and where war itself might be revolutionized through unmanned weapons. The U.S. military expressed interest in the technology, but as with many of Tesla's inventions, immediate practical applications proved elusive. The teleautomaton remained largely a curiosity, its true significance only becoming apparent decades later, with the development of modern robotics and drone technology. By the early 1900s, financial difficulties increasingly hampered Tesla's work. The collapse of the Wardenclyffe project marked a turning point in his career, after which securing funding for his most ambitious ideas became nearly impossible. Nevertheless, the inventor continued his scientific pursuits, working from a succession of hotels in New York City. During this period, he developed theories about a world system for wireless transmission of information, envisioning something remarkably similar to today's global communications networks. These concepts, documented in his patents but never fully implemented, anticipated cellular communication by many decades. Tesla's relationship with the scientific establishment grew increasingly strained as the years passed. His ideas, often presented without mathematical formalism and accompanied by grandiose claims, met with skepticism from the academic community. The rise of Einstein's theory of relativity and the new quantum physics left Tesla isolated, as he rejected these emerging paradigms in favor of his own mechanical model of the universe. Despite this growing isolation, Tesla continued to receive public attention, celebrated in newspaper articles as a mysterious genius whose inventions had changed the world and whose future creations might prove even more revolutionary. In his later years, Tesla became increasingly eccentric and isolated. Having moved to the Hotel New Yorker in 1934, he lived alone, developing curious habits that fascinated the press and public. He harbored an obsessive fear of germs, insisting on multiple towels at each meal and meticulously calculating the volume of his food before eating. The once sociable inventor now preferred the company of pigeons to people, regularly feeding the birds in nearby parks. One white pigeon in particular became the object of his devotion. Tesla claimed he loved this bird as a man might love a woman, and that when the bird died, something went out of his life. Despite his diminishing resources and influence, Tesla continued to announce new inventions and theories well into his 70s. In 1934, he claimed to have invented a death beam capable of destroying armies from miles away. This device, which he called a teleforce weapon, was designed to project concentrated particles with such intensity that it could bring down fleets of airplanes. Tesla approached several governments with this concept, hoping it would end war by making armed conflict too destructive to contemplate. While officials listened politely, no nation seriously pursued development of the device, dismissing it as the fantasy of an aging eccentric inventor. As Tesla aged, his announcements grew more fantastic and less grounded in demonstrated principles. He spoke of capturing cosmic rays to produce limitless energy, of anti-gravity devices, and of communicating with other planets. The press, once reverent, began treating his proclamations as curiosities rather than serious scientific proposals. The inventor, who had once demonstrated real revolutionary technologies, found himself increasingly regarded as a relic of an earlier era, his new ideas dismissed without the testing and experimentation they might have once received. Yet, even in these declining years, occasional flashes of the old brilliance emerged. Financial hardship remained a constant companion in Tesla's final decades. Despite having earned millions from his patents earlier in life, poor business decisions and an indifference to monetary matters left him dependent on a small stipend from Westinghouse and the charity of friends. The inventor who had once illuminated the Chicago World's Fair and harnessed Niagara Falls now struggled to pay his hotel bill. In a final indignity, the Nobel Prize in Physics, which many believed Tesla deserved, was never awarded to him, though rumors occasionally circulated that he had been selected, only to decline the honor. Nikola Tesla died on January 7, 1943, alone in room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker. He was 86 years old. The world was embroiled in the Second World War, a conflict fought with technologies that Tesla had helped pioneer: radio communications, radar, and remote-controlled weapons. Hotel staff discovered his body 2 days after his passing. The man who had once captured the imagination of the world with his electrical marvels departed it quietly, with few to mark his passing. The Office of Alien Property promptly seized his papers and possessions, concerned that his technical documents might contain information vital to national security. In the decades following Tesla's death, his reputation experienced a curious resurrection. While largely forgotten by mainstream history books, his name and achievements became legendary among electrical engineers, inventors, and alternative science enthusiasts. The unit of magnetic flux density was named the Tesla in his honor in 1960, belatedly acknowledging his fundamental contributions to electrical science. As technologies he had predicted, wireless communications, remote control, robotics, and directed energy weapons became realities, interest in Tesla's work grew, transforming the once forgotten inventor into an almost mythical figure. Today, Nikola Tesla is recognized as one of history's greatest inventors, a visionary whose imagination and technical brilliance helped shape the modern world. Many of his ideas, dismissed as impractical in his lifetime, have found application in contemporary technologies. Wireless power transmission, once his dream at Wardenclyffe, now exists in the form of resonant inductive coupling used to charge electronic devices. His concepts of remote control underpin everything from television remotes to military drones. Even his more speculative ideas continue to inspire researchers in fields ranging from alternative energy to advanced physics. The ancient cities of the Indus Valley, dawn of urban civilization. The ancient cities of the Indus Valley civilization emerge from the mists of prehistory as a testament to human ingenuity and organization. Long before the great pyramids of Egypt reached completion, before the ziggurats of Mesopotamia dominated their landscapes, the people of the Indus Valley were creating sophisticated urban centers with remarkable planning and technological prowess. The story begins nearly 5,000 years ago in the fertile floodplains of what is now Pakistan and northwest India. The Indus River flows from the Himalayan mountains, carving its path through the landscape until it reaches the Arabian Sea. Along this river and its tributaries, a civilization blossomed in the 3rd millennium BCE, spreading across more than 1.25 million square kilometers. This vast area, larger than ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia combined, supported hundreds of settlements, from small farming villages to major urban centers. The geography offered both challenges and opportunities. Seasonal floods brought fertile silt, but also threatened destruction. In this land of contrasts, between approximately 3300 BCE and 1300 BCE, the Indus Valley people developed a sophisticated culture that remained largely unknown to the modern world until the early 20th century. While histories recorded the glories of Egypt and Mesopotamia, the achievements of the Indus Valley lay buried beneath centuries of accumulated soil, their cities abandoned and forgotten, their script undeciphered, their accomplishments waiting patiently to be rediscovered. The climate of the region in ancient times differed significantly from what we observe today. During the height of the Indus civilization, the region experienced greater rainfall and more extensive forests. The Indus River system created lush floodplains where agriculture could thrive. Archaeological evidence suggests the people cultivated wheat, barley, and legumes while domesticating cattle, sheep, and goats. This stable food supply served as the foundation that allowed their impressive urban centers to develop and flourish. The first hints of this lost civilization emerged in the 1850s when British engineers constructing a railway line across the Punjab discovered ancient fired bricks. These workers unknowingly used bricks from the ruins of Harappa to create the railroad ballast. Local tradition had long spoken of an ancient city at the site, but its true significance remained unrecognized. Various British officials and explorers noted curious artifacts and ruins, but lacked the context to understand their importance in the broader scope of human history. It was not until the 1920s that the true nature and extent of the Indus civilization began to be revealed. The Archaeological Survey of India, under the direction of John Marshall, began systematic excavations at both Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. What they uncovered astonished the academic world, evidence of a previously unknown civilization, as old and sophisticated as those of Egypt and Mesopotamia. The discoveries forced historians to reconsider their understanding of ancient world history and the development of urban societies. Harappa, situated on the banks of the now dry Ravi River, represents one of the most important cities of the Indus Valley civilization. The excavations revealed a metropolis that once covered over 150 hectares and was home to perhaps 40,000 people. The city was constructed primarily of brick, millions of precisely formed bricks of standardized dimensions. This standardization across the civilization suggests a level of administrative control and planning previously unimagined for a Bronze Age society in South Asia. The ruins of Harappa show a city divided into distinct sections, with a fortified citadel area elevated on a platform of earth and brick. This area contained public buildings and structures that archaeologists believe served administrative or religious functions. The uniformity of construction and the carefully planned layout speak to a society with sophisticated engineering knowledge and a strong central authority capable of organizing massive building projects and maintaining civic infrastructure. Approximately 600 kilometers southwest of Harappa lies Mohenjo-daro, the Mound of the Dead, situated on the banks of the Indus River in present-day Sindh, Pakistan. This remarkable city mirrors many features found at Harappa, suggesting a shared culture and administrative system spanning vast distances. Mohenjo-daro has been better preserved than Harappa, offering archaeologists a more complete picture of an Indus metropolis. The city's scale impresses even modern observers. At its peak, it may have housed 40,000 to 50,000 residents. The urban planning evident at Mohenjo-daro demonstrates an extraordinary level of foresight and engineering skill. The city was built on a grid pattern, with main streets running north-south and east-west, creating rectangular blocks of buildings. This deliberate layout facilitated movement through the city and allowed for efficient organization of space. The main streets measured approximately 9 meters wide, broad enough to accommodate substantial cart traffic. The careful attention to city planning reveals a society that valued order and functionality. Perhaps the most impressive feature of Indus cities was their advanced water management systems. Mohenjo-daro boasted a sophisticated network of water supply and drainage that would not be matched in South Asia for thousands of years. Nearly every house connected to a covered drainage system that ran beneath the streets. Wastewater flowed from bathrooms and kitchen areas through brick-lined channels into larger municipal drains that carried waste away from the city. The entire system operated using gravity, with carefully calculated gradients. Within the homes of Mohenjo-daro's residents, archaeologists discovered bathing platforms with waterproof floors that drained into the municipal sewage system. Many homes featured what appeared to be toilets, brick platforms with holes that connected to the drainage channels. This attention to hygiene and sanitation stands in marked contrast to much later cities in history. Even ancient Rome, often praised for its aqueducts and baths, lacked such comprehensive household sanitation systems as those found in the Indus Valley cities. The most impressive hydraulic feature at Mohenjo-daro is the Great Bath, a large public water tank measuring approximately 12 meters by 7 meters, with a depth of 2.4 meters. This structure was built with carefully fitted bricks and sealed with bitumen to make it watertight. Two wide staircases lead down into the bath from opposite ends. Adjacent to this facility were rooms that may have served as changing areas or quarters for attendants. The purpose of this structure remains debated. It may have had ritual significance, served as a public bathing facility, or both. Beyond their impressive urban infrastructure, the Indus Valley people demonstrated remarkable skill in craft production and technological innovation. Excavations have revealed specialized workshops for metalworking, bead-making, pottery, and textile production. The quality and consistency of manufactured goods suggest both talented artisans and standardized production methods. Copper and bronze were fashioned into tools, weapons, and decorative items with considerable skill. The Indus craftspeople excelled in the production of beads and jewelry using a variety of materials. They worked with semi-precious stones like carnelian, jasper, and lapis lazuli, shaping and drilling them with remarkable precision. Particularly impressive are the long cylindrical carnelian beads with intricate white designs created through a complex alkali etching process. These technical achievements suggest specialized knowledge passed down through generations of skilled artisans. Pottery production represented another area of technological mastery. Indus potters created vessels in standardized shapes and sizes, often decorated with geometric patterns or animal motifs. Their most distinctive ceramic ware had a glossy black finish with elegant red designs. Evidence suggests they used pottery wheels to achieve uniform vessels, and their kilns reached temperatures high enough to create durable, high-quality ceramics. The widespread distribution of similar pottery styles throughout the region indicates extensive trade networks. The Indus Valley people developed sophisticated measurement systems, evidenced by the discovery of standardized weights. These weights follow a remarkably consistent binary system, with each weight approximately twice as heavy as the previous one in the sequence. The precision of these weights, made from chert, limestone, or bronze, demonstrates the importance of accurate measurement, likely for trade and taxation purposes. The standardization across different cities suggests a unified economic system spanning the civilization. Perhaps the most intriguing technological achievement of the Indus people was their development of a writing system. Archaeological excavations have uncovered thousands of small stone seals, typically square or rectangular, bearing carved images of animals, particularly bulls, elephants, and rhinoceroses, and short inscriptions in a pictographic script. These seals were likely pressed into soft clay to mark ownership or authenticate goods. Despite extensive effort, scholars have not yet deciphered this script, leaving their written language a tantalizing mystery. The Indus script consists of approximately 400 distinct signs, though some researchers argue the actual number may be lower. The brevity of the inscriptions, most contain fewer than 5 signs, has complicated decipherment efforts. Without a bilingual text, like the Rosetta Stone that helped decipher Egyptian hieroglyphics, and without knowing which language family the Indus language belonged to, scholars continue to debate the meaning of these symbols. This undeciphered script represents one of the greatest linguistic puzzles in archaeology. Architecture in the Indus Valley developed highly distinctive characteristics. Unlike their contemporaries in Egypt and Mesopotamia, the Indus people did not build massive temples or palaces. Instead, their public buildings were relatively modest in scale but exhibited excellent construction techniques. Structures typically used fired brick of standardized dimensions, with mud brick employed for internal walls and foundations. The precision of brick making and brick laying indicates a highly developed building tradition. Residential architecture followed consistent patterns throughout the civilization. Houses typically centered around a courtyard, with rooms arranged around this open space. This design provided light, ventilation, and a semi-private outdoor area for household activities. Most homes featured at least one room with a bathing platform connected to the drainage system. The size and elaboration of houses varied, suggesting social stratification, but even modest homes displayed thoughtful design and access to sanitation infrastructure. The citadel mounds found at major Indus sites like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro have generated considerable scholarly debate. These elevated areas contained distinctive structures that appear to have served public functions. At Mohenjo-daro, in addition to the Great Bath, the citadel includes what archaeologists have termed the granary, a large building with a raised platform divided into units that may have been used for grain storage. Whether these areas served administrative, religious, or economic functions, or some combination, remains uncertain. The remarkable consistency of material culture across vast distances suggests sophisticated networks of communication and exchange. From Gujarat in the south to the foothills of the Himalayas in the north, from the Iranian border in the west to the Ganges, Yamuna, Doab in the east, similar artifacts, architectural techniques, and urban planning principles appear. This cultural uniformity across such an extensive region indicates effective systems of governance or strong trade networks that transmitted ideas, technologies, and cultural practices. Life and decline. The ancient cities of the Indus Valley civilization stood as marvels of ancient urban planning, their streets bustling with activity and purpose. As the morning sun rose over Mohenjo-daro, it illuminated a society that had reached remarkable heights of organization and sophistication. The day began early for the inhabitants of these meticulously designed settlements as artisans, merchants, traders, and farmers emerged from their homes to begin their daily routines. The rhythm of life flowed in harmony with the mighty Indus River, whose annual floods brought both sustenance and occasional challenges to the people who had made this fertile valley their home. For the common citizen of the Indus Valley, daily life centered around a well-established routine. In the residential quarters, families awakened in their brick homes, structures remarkably uniform in design, yet comfortable and practical. Most dwellings featured multiple rooms arranged around a central courtyard, providing both privacy and communal space. The homes typically included a private bathing area connected to the city's elaborate drainage system, revealing the civilization's extraordinary emphasis on cleanliness and sanitation, a value that permeated all aspects of their society. The morning activities began with ritual bathing, a practice deeply embedded in their culture. Women would gather at communal wells, collecting water in earthenware vessels while exchanging news and stories. Meanwhile, children played in the courtyards, some preparing to learn trades from their parents or designated teachers. Education was primarily practical, focused on preparing the young for their future roles in society. The sounds of grinding stone could be heard as grains were prepared for the day's meals. The staple foods consisting of wheat, barley, and rice, supplemented with fruits, vegetables, and occasional meat. In the workshops scattered throughout the cities, skilled craftspeople continued traditions passed down through generations. Potters shaped clay on wheels, creating vessels of remarkable uniformity and practical design. Metalworkers hammered copper and bronze into tools, weapons, and decorative items, the rhythmic sound of their work echoing through the narrow streets. Particularly noteworthy were the stone cutters and seal makers, whose intricate carvings demonstrated exceptional artistic ability and technical skill. These square seals, often depicting animals and inscribed with the still undeciphered Indus script, served administrative and possibly religious functions. The bustling marketplace formed the commercial heart of Indus Valley cities. By mid-morning, the trading areas became animated with activity as merchants displayed their wares, locally produced pottery, textiles, and agricultural goods alongside exotic materials from distant lands. The standardization of weights and measures, evidenced by the carefully crafted stone cubes found throughout Indus sites, facilitated fair trade and suggested a centralized authority overseeing commercial activities. Cotton textiles, a specialty of the civilization, were produced using techniques that would not be known in many other parts of the world for centuries to come. Trade extended far beyond the immediate region, creating networks that connected the Indus cities to distant civilizations. Archaeological evidence confirms connections with Mesopotamia, the Persian Gulf, Central Asia, and possibly even Egypt. Indus merchants traveled along established routes, transporting their distinctive beads, pottery, and textiles. In return, they acquired materials unavailable in their homeland: gold, silver, lapis lazuli, and other precious stones. This extensive trade network not only brought material wealth, but also facilitated cultural exchange, influencing artistic styles and technological developments throughout the region. The social structure of the Indus civilization remains somewhat mysterious due to the undeciphered script. However, archaeological evidence suggests a society with less extreme stratification than contemporary Mesopotamia or Egypt. While differences in housing sizes indicate some degree of social hierarchy, the relative uniformity of dwellings points to a more egalitarian arrangement than in other ancient civilizations. The apparent absence of ostentatious palaces or royal tombs has led some scholars to propose a form of governance based on consensus among merchant or religious elites, rather than absolute monarchical rule. Religious practices in the Indus Valley appear to have centered around nature worship, and possibly an early form of what would later evolve into Hinduism. Small figurines discovered at various sites suggest the worship of a mother goddess associated with fertility. The famous priest-king statue from Mohenjo-Daro, despite its modern nickname, likely represents a significant religious figure rather than a secular ruler. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-Daro, a large public water tank constructed with careful waterproofing techniques, served ritual purification purposes, further emphasizing the culture's focus on cleanliness as both a physical and spiritual value. As the day progressed toward evening, activities in the cities gradually shifted. Families gathered for the main meal of the day, sharing food prepared on clay ovens within their homes or courtyards. After sunset, oil lamps illuminated the interiors of dwellings, casting soft light on walls that may have been adorned with textiles or simple decorations. Community gatherings likely occurred for celebrations, rituals, and storytelling, strengthening social bonds and preserving cultural traditions. The relatively peaceful nature of the civilization is suggested by the scarcity of weapons found and the apparent absence of significant fortifications in earlier periods. The decline of this remarkable civilization began around 1900 BCE, after flourishing for approximately 700 years. Multiple theories attempt to explain this gradual dissolution, with no single factor likely responsible for the end of such a complex society. One prominent theory involves environmental changes that altered the course of the Indus River system. Evidence suggests that tectonic activity may have caused land upheaval, disrupting the river's flow and the agricultural systems dependent upon it. This would have severely impacted the food production necessary to sustain large urban populations. Climate change presents another compelling explanation for the civilization's decline. Paleoclimatic studies indicate a gradual shift toward drier conditions throughout the region around 2000 to 1500 BCE. This extended period of reduced rainfall would have stressed agricultural systems beyond their capacity to adapt, forcing populations to disperse to areas where subsistence farming remained viable. The once thriving cities, dependent on agricultural surpluses to support their specialized craftspeople and merchants, could no longer maintain their complex social structures under these challenging environmental conditions. Some scholars propose that overexploitation of the environment contributed to the civilization's downfall. Deforestation resulting from the need for construction materials and fuel might have exacerbated erosion and flooding. Archaeological evidence shows that later phases of occupation at major sites reveal decreasing quality in construction techniques and materials, suggesting diminishing resources or deteriorating social organization. The intricate drainage systems, once meticulously maintained, show signs of neglect in the final periods of habitation, pointing to a breakdown in civic infrastructure management. Disease may have played a significant role as well. The densely populated cities with their advanced but aging sanitation systems could have become breeding grounds for pathogens if maintenance declined. Skeletal remains from later periods show increased signs of malnutrition and infectious diseases, indicating deteriorating health conditions. While no evidence suggests a single catastrophic epidemic, the cumulative effect of multiple health challenges would have weakened the population and contributed to urban abandonment. As cities became less viable, the population likely dispersed into smaller, more sustainable agricultural communities. Another theory involves external pressures, including the possibility of invasion. Although the Indus civilization shows remarkably little evidence of warfare during its height, some later archaeological layers contain suggestions of conflict. The arrival of Indo-Aryan groups into the region coincides roughly with the later phases of Indus decline, leading some earlier scholars to propose a conquest scenario. However, contemporary archaeological perspectives generally favor a more complex model of gradual migration and cultural integration, rather than sudden violent displacement. These newcomers brought different cultural practices, including distinctive pottery styles and religious beliefs that would later contribute to Vedic culture. The most comprehensive understanding of the Indus Valley civilization's decline emerges from considering the interaction of multiple factors rather than seeking a single cause. A combination of environmental changes, resource depletion, possible disease outbreaks, and gradual population movements likely created cascading stresses that the civilization could not overcome. As central authority weakened, the standardization of weights, measures, and writing systems dissolved. Urban centers were gradually abandoned or diminished to small settlements, and the once extensive trade networks fragmented into more localized exchanges. Though the cities fell into ruins, the legacy of the Indus Valley civilization continued through cultural absorption rather than complete disappearance. Many technological innovations and cultural practices persisted in the subsequent cultures of South Asia. Agricultural techniques, craft traditions, and possibly religious concepts were incorporated into the emerging societies that followed. Elements of urban planning influences can be detected in later Indian cities, while artistic motifs from Indus seals reappear in later South Asian art. The yogic posture depicted on some Indus seals bears striking resemblance to later Hindu ascetic practices, suggesting spiritual continuity across millennia. The cultural DNA of the Indus Valley civilization likely survived in numerous subtle ways, incorporated into the complex tapestry of South Asian traditions. Aspects of the Indus religion may have blended with incoming Indo-Aryan beliefs to influence the development of Hinduism. Some scholars detect potential linguistic contributions from the Indus language in later Sanskrit texts, particularly in agricultural and technological terminology. Even the emphasis on ritual purity and bathing, so characteristic of the Indus culture, finds parallels in later Hindu practices, suggesting deep cultural continuities despite the dissolution of the original urban centers. As centuries passed, the once great cities of the Indus Valley disappeared beneath layers of silt and later settlements, their existence forgotten until archaeological discoveries in the 1920s revealed their remarkable achievements. The rediscovery of these ancient urban centers has transformed our understanding of early civilization. demonstrating that complex, sophisticated societies developed independently in South Asia, contemporaneously with those in Mesopotamia and Egypt. The story of the Indus Valley civilization reminds us that even the most accomplished societies remain vulnerable to environmental changes and resource limitations, a lesson perhaps more relevant than ever in our modern world. The Medici family's Florence, bankers to the powerful. In the narrow, winding streets of 15th century Florence, change was brewing. The air carried not just the scents of leather tanneries and fresh bread from market stalls, but the invisible currents of a new age. While most of Europe remained firmly entrenched in feudal traditions, Florence pulsed with commerce, creativity, and intellectual awakening. Among the merchant families rising to prominence, one name began to outshine all others, the Medici. Their story begins not with swords or noble titles, but with something far more revolutionary, banking. The Medici ascent coincided with Florence's transformation into a financial powerhouse. By the early 1400s, Florence had become the banking capital of Europe. Its gold coin, the florin, served as the standard currency for international trade, respected for its consistent weight and purity. Florentine bankers developed sophisticated techniques for currency exchange, credit arrangements, and investment strategies that revolutionized European commerce. In the bustling Mercato Vecchio, merchants from across the continent exchanged goods and currencies, while guild halls hummed with activity. Into this vibrant economic landscape stepped Giovanni di Medici, the true founder of the family's fortune. Born in 1360 to a family of modest means but respectable lineage, Giovanni possessed a natural aptitude for numbers and negotiation. He apprenticed with relatives in Rome, learning the intricacies of banking and currency exchange. By 1397, Giovanni had accumulated enough capital and confidence to establish his own bank in Florence. The Medici Bank operated with innovative practices, including double-entry bookkeeping, which provided unprecedented accuracy in tracking assets and liabilities. Giovanni's genius lay not merely in financial acumen, but in recognizing the value of relationships. He cultivated connections with wool merchants, silk traders, and most crucially, the Catholic Church. By securing the papal banking business, the Medici gained both profitable commissions and invaluable political protection. Giovanni maintained branches in major European cities, Venice, Rome, Geneva, and later London, each managed by carefully selected partners who received shares in the profits. This structure incentivized managers while spreading risk across diverse markets and currencies. The bank prospered through prudent management and strategic expansion. Unlike competitors who often overextended themselves, Giovanni maintained healthy cash reserves and avoided speculative ventures. He diversified beyond banking into wool manufacturing and silk production, establishing the Medici as industrialists as well as financiers. By 1420, the Medici Bank ranked among the largest in Europe, with assets equivalent to millions in today's currency. Despite this wealth, Giovanni maintained a deliberately modest lifestyle, aware that ostentatious displays might provoke envy in Florence's republican environment. Florence itself operated as a republic, though not in the democratic sense we understand today. Political power resided with the wealthy merchant guilds, particularly the Arti Maggiori, the major guilds representing bankers, wool merchants, silk traders, and other prestigious professions. Citizens of means could participate in government through a complex system of committees and rotating offices designed to prevent any single faction from dominating. The Signoria, a 9-member executive council, governed day-to-day affairs, while various other committees handled judicial and administrative matters. Giovanni di Medici approached politics cautiously, preferring to exert influence quietly rather than hold office himself. He understood that in Florence's factional environment, visibility could become vulnerability. Nevertheless, he ensured the Medici voice was heard in guild deliberations and civic councils. The family aligned with populist factions representing middle-class guild members against the more exclusive oligarchs led by the Albizzi family. This positioning as champions of the popolo would prove crucial to later Medici political success. As Giovanni's wealth grew, he began the Medici tradition of artistic patronage. He commissioned Brunelleschi to rebuild the Church of San Lorenzo, the Medici parish church, in the new Renaissance style. He supported the sculptor Donatello and employed the architect Michelozzo. These commissions served multiple purposes. They fulfilled religious obligations, enhanced family prestige, and provided employment for Florentines who would remember Medici generosity. Giovanni understood that status in Florence derived not just from wealth, but from contributions to civic beauty and welfare. Giovanni's son Cosimo received an education befitting a banker's heir. Beyond commercial arithmetic and accounting, he studied Latin, read classical texts, and absorbed humanist philosophy. Cosimo developed a genuine passion for learning and antiquity that would later make him a pivotal Renaissance patron. He traveled widely on bank business, establishing contacts throughout Italy and Europe. By the time he reached his 30s, Cosimo essentially managed the bank, while his father increasingly focused on personal and spiritual matters. When Giovanni died in 1429, he left a thriving business empire and considerable political influence. His final advice to Cosimo reflected both pragmatism and principle. Avoid ostentatious behavior, honor commitments, support religious institutions, and help the less fortunate. The succession proceeded smoothly, demonstrating another Medici strength: orderly family governance. Cosimo inherited not just capital, but credibility, both essential currencies in Florence's competitive environment. Cosimo de' Medici would transform his father's considerable success into unparalleled dominance of Florentine affairs. His path to power faced an immediate obstacle in the Albizzi family, who recognized the threat the Medici represented to their oligarchic control. In 1433, using their influence over the Signoria, the Albizzi had Cosimo arrested on charges of attempting to elevate himself above the Republic. The penalty proposed was death, though this was commuted to exile after substantial bribes changed hands and pressure mounted from Cosimo's many supporters. Exile proved merely a temporary setback. From Venice, Cosimo deployed his financial networks and political allies effectively. The Albizzi overplayed their hand with unpopular policies, while Florence suffered economically without Medici banking operations. Within a year, elections shifted the balance of power, and Cosimo received an invitation to return. His homecoming in October 1434 marked the beginning of what historians consider the Medici era of Florence, though Cosimo maintained the Republican facade even as he consolidated control. Cosimo's political genius lay in governing without appearing to govern. He rarely held office himself, but ensured loyal supporters controlled key positions. He manipulated the complex electoral system through a network of clients and allies who owed their positions to Medici patronage. The accoppiatori, officials who selected eligible names for government positions, increasingly filled these pools with Medici supporters. Meanwhile, the Council of 100, established under Cosimo's influence, gave him a reliable legislative body for policy implementation. Despite this effective oligarchy, Cosimo preserved republican institutions and rhetoric. Florentines could maintain the comforting illusion of civic liberty, while Medici influence steadily permeated all aspects of government. This approach differed markedly from the naked power grabs common in other Italian city-states like Milan, where the Sforza ruled as outright dukes. Cosimo understood that Florentines prized their republican traditions and would resist obvious tyranny. His soft power approach proved far more durable than direct control would have been. Beyond Florence, Cosimo orchestrated a diplomatic revolution. Abandoning the traditional Florentine alliance with Venice and Naples, he aligned with Milan and France. This rebalancing of Italian politics enhanced Florence's security while elevating Medici influence in international affairs. When Milan faced threats, Cosimo extended loans to its rulers, creating political debts to complement financial ones. Similarly, his banking relationships with the papacy ensured favorable treatment for Florentine interests within the church hierarchy. As Cosimo secured political dominance, he simultaneously transformed Florence into the cultural epicenter of the Renaissance. His patronage extended far beyond art commissioning to a comprehensive vision of cultural renewal. He founded Europe's first public library at San Marco, actively collected ancient manuscripts, and established a Platonic academy that revived classical learning. The Byzantine scholar Gemistus Pletho lectured at Cosimo's invitation, while Marsilio Ficino translated Plato's complete works under Medici sponsorship. Cosimo's artistic patronage reflected both personal taste and political calculation. He employed Donatello, whose revolutionary sculptures broke from medieval conventions to re-establish classical naturalism. Fra Angelico created luminous frescoes for the San Marco monastery with Medici funds. Cosimo commissioned the architect Michelozzo to design the Medici Palace on the Via Larga, a building whose dignified facades concealed unprecedented luxury within, much like Cosimo's own power arrangement with Florence itself. The Medici Palace became a center of intellectual and artistic life. In its studiolo, humanist philosophers debated ancient texts. Its courtyards displayed Roman antiquities collected by Cosimo's agents. The chapel featured Benozzo Gozzoli's Journey of the Magi, which portrayed the Medici family in biblical scenes, subtly associating them with sacred history. The palace balanced between fortress and showcase, with rusticated stone walls providing security, while its proportions and details demonstrated Renaissance harmony and mathematical precision. Banking remained the foundation of Medici power throughout Cosimo's rule. The institution expanded across Europe, with branches in Barcelona, Bruges, London, and even Constantinople. Innovations in accounting, credit instruments, and international transfers kept the bank at the forefront of European finance. The Medici developed sophisticated systems for assessing risk, verifying collateral, and managing currency fluctuations. Their letters of credit allowed merchants to conduct business across vast distances without transporting physical coin, revolutionizing international trade. The bank's relationship with the papacy proved particularly lucrative. Papal tax collection generated substantial fees while providing access to liquid capital that could be profitably deployed before remittance to Rome. When Pope Eugenius IV resided in Florence from 1434 to 1443, during a political crisis in Rome, the connection deepened further. The Medici became, in essence, the Vatican's Treasury Department, an arrangement that generated both financial profits and diplomatic advantages that Cosimo leveraged masterfully. Cosimo recognized that sustainable power required broad public support beyond elite circles. He implemented policies benefiting Florence's middle classes, particularly the minor guild members. Tax reforms shifted burdens proportionally toward the wealthiest citizens, including the Medici themselves. Public works projects provided employment during economic downturns. When famine threatened, Cosimo imported grain at personal expense. These actions earned him the unofficial title Pater Patriae, Father of his country, formally bestowed by a grateful republic after his death. As Cosimo aged, he prepared his son Piero for leadership. Despite suffering from painful gout that limited his mobility, Cosimo maintained active oversight of both business and political affairs well into his 70s. His plain lifestyle and accessibility contrasted with the magnificence of his patronage. Citizens could approach him directly with petitions as he sat near the Mercato Vecchio. creating an image of accessibility that masked his tremendous influence. When death approached in 1464, Cosimo faced it with philosophical calm, confident in the foundations he had established. Cosimo's legacy extended far beyond Florence. His patronage had fundamentally altered European intellectual life by recovering ancient knowledge and fostering new artistic expressions. His banking innovations transformed commerce across the continent. His diplomatic realignments reshaped Italian politics for generations. Within Florence itself, he established a system of governance that would persist, with modifications, for 60 years. The Medici had evolved from successful merchants to unofficial rulers, from economic players to cultural arbiters, all without formally abandoning the republican system they effectively controlled. Legacy of splendor and intrigue. The latter half of the 15th century marked the zenith of Medici power in Florence, embodied most fully in the figure of Lorenzo de' Medici, known to history as Lorenzo the Magnificent. Born in 1449, Lorenzo was groomed from childhood to assume leadership of both the Medici Bank and the unofficial rule of Florence. Unlike his grandfather Cosimo, who preferred to exercise power discreetly from behind the scenes, Lorenzo embraced a more visible role as the city's cultural and political leader. His court became the epicenter of Renaissance thought, where artists, poets, philosophers, and humanists gathered under his generous patronage. Lorenzo's natural charisma and education made him uniquely suited to this role. Tutored by some of the greatest humanist scholars of the age, including Marsilio Ficino and Angelo Poliziano, he developed a deep appreciation for classical learning and contemporary arts. Though not particularly handsome, his features were rather coarse, with a notably flattened nose. Lorenzo possessed an irresistible charm and intellect that drew people to him. He was himself a poet of considerable talent, composing verses that captured the vibrant spirit of Renaissance Florence, celebrating both its intellectual ambitions and its earthy pleasures. The Florence of Lorenzo's time was experiencing an unprecedented cultural flowering. The city's narrow streets and grand piazzas buzzed with creative energy. Workshops throughout the city produced masterpieces that would define the Renaissance aesthetic for centuries to come. In the shadow of Brunelleschi's magnificent dome, artists like Botticelli, Ghirlandaio, and the young Michelangelo found inspiration and, crucially, financial support. Lorenzo personally maintained a sculpture garden near the Church of San Marco, where the teenage Michelangelo studied classical statuary and received his earliest commissions. This cultural golden age, however, existed alongside political machinations of the most dangerous kind. The Medici dominance in Florence had never gone unchallenged, and beneath the glittering surface of artistic achievement ran currents of resentment and ambition. Chief among the family's rivals were the Pazzi, another wealthy banking family who had grown increasingly frustrated with Medici monopolization of political power and lucrative papal banking arrangements. Their resentment festered, eventually culminating in one of the Renaissance's most shocking acts of violence, the Pazzi Conspiracy of 1478. The conspirators chose the most sacred of settings for their attack, Florence Cathedral, during High Mass on Sunday, April 26, 1478. As the priest elevated the host at the most solemn moment of the service, the assassins struck. Lorenzo and his brother, Giuliano, were the targets. The attack was swift and brutal. While Lorenzo managed to escape with only a wound to his neck, retreating to the safety of the sacristy, his younger brother Giuliano was not so fortunate. He was stabbed 19 times and died on the cathedral floor, his blood pooling across the marble pavement before the altar. The aftermath of the attack revealed the true extent of Medici power and popularity in Florence. The citizens, outraged by the sacrilege as much as by the attack itself, rose up in defense of the surviving Medici. The conspirators were hunted down with merciless efficiency. Those captured faced brutal punishment, hanging from the windows of the Palazzo della Signoria, their bodies left to dangle as a warning. Francesco de' Pazzi met a particularly gruesome end, hanged naked alongside the Archbishop of Pisa, who had blessed the conspiracy and was executed still wearing his clerical robes. The conspiracy's failure paradoxically strengthened Lorenzo's position. Having survived the attempt on his life, he emerged as a figure of near mythic proportions in Florentine imagination. Yet the attack left deep psychological wounds. Lorenzo became more cautious, more aware of his mortality. The loss of his brother affected him profoundly, and he wore that grief alongside his increased political authority. The Pazzi conspiracy also had broader implications, drawing Florence into a dangerous conflict with Pope Sixtus IV, who had tacitly supported the plotters in hopes of diminishing Medici influence. This papal conflict threatened to engulf Florence in war, with the combined forces of the Papal States and the Kingdom of Naples arrayed against the Republic. In a bold diplomatic gamble that demonstrated both his courage and political acumen, Lorenzo traveled alone to Naples in December 1479 to negotiate directly with King Ferrante. This dangerous journey into the territory of an enemy could easily have ended with Lorenzo imprisoned or killed. Instead, through a combination of charm, reason, and appeals to shared interests, Lorenzo secured peace for Florence, returning home in triumph 3 months later. The 1480s witnessed Lorenzo at the height of his powers, effectively functioning as the arbiter of Italian politics. His diplomatic skill helped maintain a delicate balance of power among the Italian states, a period of relative peace that would later be remembered nostalgically as an era when Italy hung suspended by the threads of peace, joined together by Lorenzo's hand. This equilibrium allowed the cultural renaissance to continue unabated. In the Medici Palace on the Via Larga and at the family villa at Careggi, humanist scholars debated philosophy, poets read their latest verses, and artists unveiled works that would come to define the period. Among Lorenzo's greatest contributions was his revival of the Platonic Academy, a circle of intellectuals dedicated to the study of classical philosophy, particularly the works of Plato. Under the guidance of Marsilio Ficino, the Academy sought to reconcile classical philosophy with Christian theology, creating a new synthesis that would influence European thought for generations. These discussions took place in the informal setting of Medici villas, where Lorenzo presided, not as a ruler but as a fellow seeker of wisdom, contributing his own insights while encouraging the free exchange of ideas. The Magnificent One's patronage extended well beyond the visual arts and philosophy. He sponsored musical innovations, theatrical performances, and popularized the carnival songs that brought refined poetry to the streets during Florence's raucous pre-Lenten celebrations. Lorenzo himself wrote many of these carnival songs, whose sophisticated lyrics were set to catchy tunes that everyone from merchants to laborers could enjoy. This blend of high culture and popular entertainment was characteristic of Lorenzo's approach. He sought not to separate elite intellectual pursuits from the life of the city, but to infuse Florentine society at all levels with the Renaissance spirit. Yet even as Florence glittered with cultural achievement, the Medici bank that formed the foundation of family power was beginning to crumble. Lorenzo, for all his talents, lacked the financial acumen of his grandfather Cosimo. He treated the bank more as a resource to fund his political and cultural projects than as a business requiring careful management. Branch after branch fell into difficulties, and loans to rulers who had no intention of repayment drained the bank's reserves. The economic challenges were compounded by Lorenzo's increasing use of public funds for personal purposes, a practice that blurred the line between the Medici fortune and the Florentine treasury. These financial troubles coincided with a profound spiritual crisis in Florence, embodied in the rise of the Dominican friar Girolamo Savonarola. From his pulpit at San Marco, ironically, a church long associated with Medici patronage, Savonarola thundered against the worldliness and corruption of Renaissance society. His apocalyptic visions and calls for moral reform found a receptive audience in a city that had begun to question whether its cultural splendor had come at the cost of its soul. Though Lorenzo and Savonarola maintained a complex relationship of mutual respect, their visions for Florence represented opposing forces that would clash openly after Lorenzo's death. Death came to Lorenzo relatively early. In April 1492, at just 43 years of age, he succumbed to a painful illness, likely a form of gout, complicated by other conditions. His final days were spent at the Medici villa at Careggi, surrounded by family and the scholars he had patronized. According to some accounts, he requested a final visit from Savonarola, seeking absolution. The friar reportedly demanded three things of the dying Lorenzo: to have faith in God's mercy, to make restitution for ill-gotten gains, and to restore liberty to Florence. Whether Lorenzo agreed to these conditions remains a matter of historical debate. The death of Lorenzo marked the beginning of the end for Medici rule in Florence. His son Piero, known as the Unfortunate, lacked his father's subtle political touch. When the French King Charles VIII invaded Italy in 1494, Piero's mishandling of the crisis led to the family's expulsion from Florence and the establishment of a new republican government. Savonarola emerged as the city's most influential voice, leading a brief, austere republic that rejected much of the sensual splendor of the Medicean Renaissance in favor of religious purity, culminating in the famous Bonfire of the Vanities, where artworks, cosmetics, and other worldly items were consigned to the flames. The Medici, however, were not finished with Florence. In 1512, with Spanish military support, they returned to power. Giovanni de' Medici, Lorenzo's second son, had pursued a church career and rose to become Pope Leo X in 1513, extending Medici influence to the very pinnacle of Christendom. Leo, remembered for his statement, "Since God has given us the papacy, let us enjoy it," embodied the Renaissance papacy, with its worldly pleasures and ambitious artistic patronage. During his pontificate, he channeled vast resources toward the building of the new St. Peter's Basilica and the embellishment of Rome, while also ensuring that his family maintained control of Florence. The subsequent decades saw a complicated alternation of Medici rule and republican government in Florence. The family's position was solidified when another Medici pope, Clement VII, born Giulio de' Medici, orchestrated the installation of Alessandro de' Medici as the first hereditary Duke of Florence in 1532. With this transition, the pretense of republican forms that had characterized Medici rule since Cosimo's time was finally abandoned. Florence, once the proudest of civic republics, became a principality under increasingly autocratic leadership, its political freedoms sacrificed on the altar of stability and Medici ambition. Alessandro's assassination in 1537 brought to power Cosimo Peter de' Medici from a cadet branch of the family. Under his capable but authoritarian rule, the remaining vestiges of republican institutions were dismantled. In 1569, he secured from Pope Pius V the title of Grand Duke of Tuscany, transforming what had been the Republic of Florence into the heart of a regional hereditary monarchy. The days when the Medici ruled through carefully maintained republican facades were gone. The family now wore their rulership openly, adopting the trappings and ceremonies of conventional European royalty. The later Medici Grand Dukes continued the family tradition of cultural patronage, though with diminishing returns as both their wealth and the creative energy of Florence gradually declined. The family's biological fortunes followed a similar trajectory. Health problems, possibly stemming from generations of intermarriage among a limited elite, plagued the later Medici. When the last Medici Grand Duke, Giangastone, died childless in 1737, the dynasty that had shaped Florence for 3 centuries came to an end. The Grand Duchy passed to the House of Lorraine, connected to the Habsburg imperial family. As our historical journey concludes, we hope these tales from the past have offered both insight and tranquility. History reminds us of humanity's endless cycle of ambition, achievement, and reflection, mirroring our own rhythms of wakefulness and sleep. Rest well, knowing that tomorrow brings new stories waiting to be discovered. If you enjoyed drifting through time with us, remember to subscribe to History Dreamers. Good night.